pallets, and we process it all in-house. That's why our prices are so low. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. At Erickson's Landscape Supply, we have durable, maintenance-free polywood patio furniture and #1 grade treated natural pine Amish-made patio furniture. And we also have a wonderful assortment of concrete benches, statues, and fountains available in a selection you just gotta see to believe. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less, plus a whole lot more. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection or stop on in today.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
The stories you're talking about on Wisconsin's Morning News.
We, say collectively, would be well served by keeping open minds. If you still have to be open to the possibility that one or more of the officers involved in this did not act properly. We don't know what we don't know in this case right now, and you have to be open to the possibility that authorities determine the officer who fired had reason to fear for his life and lawfully fired on this armed suspect, Corey Ruiz.
Only here on WTMJ. Catch up with the Wisconsin's Morning News podcast on WTMJ.com.
988 Wisconsin Lifeline. How can I help you?
Share hope, find purpose when you become a 988 Lifeline counselor. The 988 Wisconsin Lifeline provides free and confidential support to anyone in crisis. 988 has experienced tremendous growth and more statewide counselors are needed. Staffed by Family Services, 988 counselors work remotely, are offered flexible hours, competitive compensation, benefits, and training. Apply today at 988lifelinecounselor.org. Family Services is an equal opportunity employer.
Paid for by grants from SAMHSA and the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Adam Roberts in for Vince Vitrano. This is Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Thursday, July 30th. Your top story, more overnight attacks between the U.S. and Iran.
I'm Neil Doyle in for Eric Bilstad, a new era of forensic science in Milwaukee.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, and on westbound 94 right into the zoo interchange, looks like we've got a disabled semi. It's not in traffic, it's on the right shoulder, but something to keep in mind if you're going to be heading through that area. Otherwise, we're looking actually pretty good. Typical stuff, northbound 41, backing up a bit from Mayfair Road to Burleigh, and then we've got other roadways looking just perfect. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast, mostly sunny, return of the humidity today, 86 your high, 68 and partly cloudy for the overnight. Right now, Milwaukee at 62. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the U.S. and Iran exchanging fire again overnight with flare-ups on several fronts in the conflict. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat reporting one person is reported dead in Kuwait from an Iranian strike.
Another night of heavy strikes in the Middle East. Central Command says it's a response to a surprise missile attack from Iran on U.S. forces. President Donald Trump previewed the new wave in the Oval Office on Wednesday. Iran retaliated by threatening traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, rocking the oil market and the world economy. On Wednesday, the Dow, the S&P 500, and NASDAQ all sank.
The U.S. conducting joint strikes with Saudi Arabia on Iranian-backed militants also in eastern Iraq in response to more than 30 drone attacks over the past 72 hours.
Donations continue to pour in as the communities of Menasha, Appleton, and Fox Crossing continue cleanup from the tornado this week. Fox Crossing officer Dan Wickman outlining what their communities need.
Non-perishable food, Gatorade, protein drinks, disposable plates like utensils, cups, garbage bags, trash grabbers, personal protective equipment like work gloves, safety glasses, hearing protection, safety vests, hygiene products, skin-sensitive items appreciated.
To learn more about the recovery effort, you can text the word tornado to the WTMJ Siding Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620.
And that tornado also destroying a polling location in Fox Crossing. Village Manager Jeff Sturgill.
So all the residents who would normally be voting at the community center, that building is too damaged. We can't use it. So we're going through the process now. So I just want to put that note out there for anybody who is a community center voter. You know who you are. Please know that you will be voting at the Pentecostals, Fox Cities Church.
Sturgill says voters will use the transfer polling location for the August 11th primary and most likely the November election as well.
Wisconsin's Act 10 law will remain in effect after a new ruling from the State Court of Appeals.
The court overturned a Dane County judge's decision that struck down the 2011 law, which limits collective bargaining rights for most public employees and requires many to contribute more toward their health insurance and retirement benefit. The law, championed by former Governor Scott Walker, sparked weeks of protests at the state capitol when it was passed. The lawsuit argues the law unfairly exempts firefighters and some other public safety workers. Unions are expected to appeal the decision to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
No change to interest rates for the fifth meeting in a row by the Federal Reserve. New Fed Chairman Kevin Warsh says he disagrees with what some economic analysts are saying about steady rates.
Well, I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause. I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation.
The next Fed meeting on rates is scheduled for September.
Milwaukee's effort to temporarily halt new data centers is now on hold. A Common Council committee delaying a vote earlier this week after the city attorney said state law requires a public hearing before a moratorium can move forward. Alderwoman Marina Dmitrievich says the proposal isn't about stopping development.
We are not trying to stop innovation here or investment. What we're trying to do throughout this pause and then the legislation is to really center people. We do need regulation before this rapid expansion. I think that if we're responsible and we don't just chase new technology, we actually protect public interest.
A public hearing could be held as early as next month as the city continues working on permanent data center regulations.
Wisconsin entering a new era of forensic science.
The new Milwaukee Crime Lab is officially open with upgraded evidence processing bays and studios and new toxicology labs.
With the prior lab, we were at a point where we had folks literally working in the hallways, and this significantly updates the capacity of the labs.
Attorney General Josh Kaul says this facility will also soon be the new home of the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
And of course, we're located near the Medical College of Wisconsin. The close proximity of this lab to those institutions is going to help expand partnerships and training opportunities.
At the Milwaukee Crime Lab, Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Coming up, a special appearance in the Deer District.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 6:05.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
No matter where you hear WTMJ, whether it be here.
So we are overlooking the bay. We're in the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studios.
Or there.
Here live in our Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin
mobile studio.
Catch us at home or on the go. Thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
In the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin podcast studio.
We are live wherever you are, on the air and on the go. The Pella Windows and Doors podcast studio is live on WTMJ.com.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Enjoy the Fox and Hounds restaurant's fabulous all-you-can-eat fish fry. It's one of the best. The magnificent Sunday brunch is also all-you-can-eat. Kids and grandkids under 3 eat free. Call and reserve foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:08.
A Packers legend shares a health update. We'll do it in sports at 6:15.
Milwaukee Water Works will temporarily reduce the amount of fluoride added to the city's drinking water due to a national supply shortage. The change begins tomorrow and will lower fluoride levels while the city searches for a new supplier. Milwaukee Water Works saying the water remains safe to drink and continues to meet all water quality standards. Officials say most residents do not need to change their drinking water or oral hygiene routines.
The famous Budweiser Clydesdales make a stop in Deer District.
The famous horse met fans in Milwaukee last night before heading to Ozaki. Champ, the 10-year-old Clydesdale, is one of the 8 giant horses visiting the state this week. The iconic beer ambassadors became a mascot of the Anheuser-Busch Company in 1933. For over 90 years, they have appeared in commercials, festivals, and parades. You can visit the Budweiser Clydesdales at the Ozaki County Fair until August 2nd. Jen Gregg, WTMJ News.
Security measures taking shape in the Freedom Grand Prix 250. This is in Washington, D.C., an IndyCar race that will take place on the National Mall.
As IndyCars circle Washington, D.C.'s most famous monuments on the weekend of August 22nd and 23rd, security will be dialed up to 11.
You're going to see a very high level of uniformed presence throughout the city and around this event.
Secret Service Deputy Director Matthew Quinn.
Secret Service agents, Secret Service police officers, MPD, U.S. Park Police, FBI.
Plus countermeasures for possible drones.
We're all on the same plan to make sure that this event goes off as safely and successfully as possible.
Dave Packer, ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:09.
Have you ever wondered if you're giving the right way? Maybe you want to support a charity that's important to you, but you're not sure how it fits into your estate plan or what it means for your family's future. Join Annex Wealth Management for a free webinar, More Giving, Less Guessing. Hear from me, yours truly, Steve Scavidi, and CEO Dave Spano, estate planning attorney Alec Durand, as we share practical strategies to help you give with confidence and create the legacy you envision. Reserve your free spot today at annexwealth.com/events. That's annexwealth.com/events.
Picture this, a perfect summer evening, great friends, and dinner on the patio overlooking a beautiful course. That's Racine Country Club. More than golf, it's a place to relax, gather, and belong. A new energy is here, and you're invited to experience it. From great food to unforgettable events, it's a lifestyle built around community. Whether it's a quick 9 after work, dinner with friends, or a weekend with family, Racine Country Club offers something for everyone, year-round. Discover what's new at Racine Country Club. Visit racinecountryclub.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the amazing Mineshaft Restaurant in downtown Hartford.
The Mineshaft Restaurant in Hartford needs line cooks and dishwashers. You'll make real money. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Contact the Mineshaft today and start next week.
6:10, Debbie Lazaga, how's the drive starting today?
It's looking really quiet right now. We just have a little bit of a backup northbound on 41 from about North Avenue up past Burleigh, not quite to Capitol Drive. The rest of the system is moving along just fine. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Mostly sunny and warmer for our Thursday as high temperatures climb into the mid and upper 80s. We'll hold on to a few clouds tonight as low temperatures fall back into the upper 60s. Now, growing cloud cover overnight into our Friday. It'll be a little bit more humid tomorrow, and then rain showers are likely late in the day. We'll look for high temperatures to top out near 80 degrees.
Milwaukee right now at 63.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Adam Roberts and Neil Doyle.
And a good WTMJ Thursday morning to you. Adam and Neil with you once again. Vince and Eric are off. They'll be back on Monday. Republican senators, they are vowing to vote next week to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. This after he declined to answer several questions during a hearing Wednesday on his role in handling the COVID-19 pandemic.
Under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
More on this now. We welcome in ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy. Good morning, Stephen. So the question now, does Fauci, as Senator Rand Paul has suggested, not have legal authority to plead the Fifth, or are these concerns just sour grapes given the long-time aversion Paul has had to the infectious disease expert?
Well, I think that that's an open question that is theoretical and may never be fully resolved. And here's why I say that. So Rand Paul yesterday holds a hearing. He calls before the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee Dr. Anthony Fauci, who for more than 100 times declines to answer questions invoking his rights under the Fifth Amendment to avoid self-incrimination. And the question is, can he do that? Now, next week, Senator Paul says he's going to call the roll on a resolution to hold Fauci in contempt of Congress. What happens then? Well, then it goes to the Senate floor. But what happens there? That's where Rule 22 kicks in. You've probably never heard of it, but you may know it by the general idea of the filibuster.
Sure.
Democrats can block a contempt resolution, and in theory, the conversation ends there. Because if the Senate were to pass a contempt resolution, which, by the way, in the Senate is exceedingly rare, happens much more often in the House. If the Senate were to pass a contempt resolution, it would require a 3/5 vote to break the filibuster, that's 60 votes, and then a majority to pass it. Then it would likely be referred to the Department of Justice and could then wind up being heard in court. The question is, does Biden's pardon of Fauci cover any potential illegality over the span of the pardon from 2014, when it was written to take effect? No one really fully knows why. All the way through Biden's final days in office. If he's given immunity from that pardon under federal crimes, well, shouldn't he have to answer questions about that span of time? Because what does the Fifth Amendment would do? It would protect you from self-incrimination, but if you're already immune, well, that's, again, we don't have a case I can point to where there's an example of someone who's been pardoned and then called before a congressional committee and then asserted his Fifth Amendment right and refused to answer questions. This is the first time it's ever happened. So any answer that anyone might give is entirely speculative, and I won't dare to do it.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy with us this morning. Thanks, Stephen.
You bet.
6:15, sports up next.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Vince Vitrano here with your HVAC guy, Urban Heating and Cooling. How much longer does that furnace have? Question to ask my man Ryan. His family-owned business with his wife Ellie, based in Franklin. They serve all of southeast Wisconsin. Now, what Ryan most wants to do is help you get as much life out of that furnace that you've already got. But when you have him in for a tune-up, now he can give you an honest assessment on how much longer that older unit will hold out. Free estimate is always part of the deal, so you know it will fit your budget. Tell him Vinny sent you when you call urbanheatingandcooling.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Packers back on the practice field this morning, day 2 of training camp. And yesterday, before camp got underway, we heard from head coach Matt LaFleur, also some others within the Packers organization. Now, LaFleur says one of the biggest priorities, making sure every player understands exactly where they fit.
I think role clarity is key. I think that's our job as coaches. Like, hey, here's your role. If you want a bigger role, then you got to go out there and do it at the end of the day. So that puts some onus on the players.
Now, as for running back Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, really nothing's changed. I mean, those things are obviously legal matters that are out of our hands. And so, but he'll be out there, and we look forward to him being out there.
That's General Manager Brian Gutekunst. Now, Jacobs was on the field yesterday for practice, did not speak to the media, still have not heard officially from Jacobs after he was arrested in May, a domestic abuse investigation. Now, again, the Brown County DA says that investigation ongoing. There's been no formal charges filed. Jacobs' team and his legal team denying the allegation. So, again, he was out there, but we still have not heard from Josh Jacobs as of yet. Day 2 of training camp, 10:30 this morning at Ray Nitschke Field. Now, also tonight, just want to mention the Green Bay Packers Hall of Fame induction. A new class of members into the Hall of Fame at the Lambeau Field Atrium is where the banquet will be held this evening. That will honor Tramon Williams and Earl Dotson as they officially will be inducted.
Speaking of Packer Hall of Famers, former running back Amon Green, the all-time leading rusher for the Green and Gold, revealing his diagnosis of early onset Parkinson's disease last year. Green was on the Go Long podcast with Tyler Dunn, saying he knows what lies ahead of him. It's a long journey, but he's going to tackle it head on.
I know, unfortunately, there's a day where we eventually, our clock stop ticking. The way I look at it, my clock is going to stop ticking when I want it to stop ticking. That's how I'm looking at it.
Green withheld sharing the information so he could get his friends, his family, those closest to him ahead of it before coming public. He is the second Packer in recent history to reveal his Parkinson's diagnosis. Of course, Brett Favre, former quarterback, doing so during testimony in his Mississippi welfare situation. As for the Brewers, do I even need to summarize what the heck happened yesterday? I don't think I do, because a fan in the park out in the Bay did it for me.
Come on!
Yes, it was indeed a derby of sorts. A boat race, you could say. 16-3, the final. Brewers pitching yesterday.
Not great, Bob!
17 hits allowed. Aaron Ashby a particularly rough third of an inning in relief. But if you're looking for brevity, if you're looking for maybe some positivity, it's always fun when a position player gets to take the mound. That is when you know that, yep, it's over. We're not going to come back.
The white flag, yeah.
But Andrew Vaughn getting his debut as an MLB pitcher. He did give up 3 runs of his own, but he also did this.
The pitch. Swing and a miss. Oh, yeah. He didn't get a piece of it. Swing and a miss. He strikes out. And that's the first career strikeout from Andrew Vaughn.
Big whiffer! Brewers with an off day today. They'll head south to Anaheim for a 3-gamer against the Halos. That begins tomorrow.
Meet Jim and Rita.
We went on a motorcycle trip.
But somewhere in Wyoming, Jim and Rita were in a serious accident.
They blocked off the interstate and everything and took us to the hospital.
Sometime later, Rita made a discovery.
She had noticed that the bracelet was gone. And I asked the trooper, is there a chance we can go out there and see if it's still there?
And amazingly,
he found a couple of pieces.
It was only 2 tiny links of the bracelet.
Jim was determined to buy Rita another bracelet from Kessler's.
And I had my checkbook in my hand.
But when he arrived there,
and I said, okay, how much? And she says, that's part of our warranty.
Jim and Rita discovered the Kessler's miraculous no small print warranty.
It's just amazing that you guys do this.
And it's true.
If you bought it at Kessler's, it's guaranteed. It's just that simple.
It surely is miraculous.
Read the Kessler's miraculous no small print warranty yourself at Kessler'sDiamonds.com.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
Hey, WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Yowza.
I'm going to release the Kraken.
Tell Mr. Speaker, I wish rainwater was beer.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
That's how we roll. Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
Sponsored by Accunet Mortgage.
Get your rock solid pre-approval or a no-pressure refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
6:21, Debbie Lazaga's got eyes on the roads. We still looking all right, Deb?
Yeah, we're still looking pretty good. We just have a quick tap of the brakes on westbound 94 heading through the stadium interchange to about Mitchell Boulevard. Northbound slowing down between North Avenue and Burleigh. Southbound's looking clear, as is 43. Looking great. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast is sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Mostly sunny, a warm one in store for today. Not quite the super hot that we've dealt with the past few weeks, but 86 your high, 68 overnight tonight. Best chance for some rain coming late on your day Friday, high of 80. That may linger into early Saturday, then cloudy 75, down to 74 on Sunday, and 78 and sun on Monday. Right now in Milwaukee, 64 degrees at 622. Adam and Neil with you on a Thursday morning. This is going to be a difficult story, but it's one that I think is important to talk about because you're going to be hearing a lot more about it, I think, in the next several days. 2 911 dispatchers from the city of Milwaukee now suspended and an investigation is ongoing. This after audio has now come out showing and showcasing an attack that occurred to a 99-year-old woman who waited 3 hours, according to investigators, for authorities to respond to her home while an in-home invasion was ongoing. Now, this happened early in the morning on Monday, 14th and Cudahy. This is south side, just east of the freeway, kind of near the airport area, very far south side of the city. The Journal-Sentinel was first on this. David Clary reporting on that slow response time to the attack earlier this week. Now the city releasing dispatch audio. So there were 3 calls in a sequence. One initially, then a second call, and then a third call by the woman who called to have police sent to her home after no response came. We'll play a setup here from the second call. This is an emergency life alert employee speaking with a 911 dispatch operator.
I just don't feel right about this. We got the call. We're a VoIP transfer center. I just took them off hold and listened for a minute, and it sounds like he is kicking an elderly woman while they're down the floor.
So that was the Life Alert employee speaking with a dispatcher. The call continues for a little bit, just some clarifying information from the dispatch to the employee. Then the employee from Life Alert asks to they're on a phone call, so you can, if you know someone who has Life Alert, it's tap the button and then you can be put in contact with an employee and speak through the thing you have on your chest. So she asked the dispatch operator to take that call off hold so that the dispatch worker can hear what is going on in the background. Now, I will say a warning here. We've abridged the call to clear redacted information. We've also censored portions of this containing profane language. Did want to mention it may be difficult to hear if you have young children in the car with you right now, wherever you are. Just a warning before we play this short clip, about 15 seconds here.
Am I able to take them off hold for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Shut the up! Ma'am, are you able to hear me?
So this call went on for around 4.5 minutes in total. Very jarring audio to hear. Ultimately, as I said before, that call would end and dispatch records show no action was taken from the point that call ended until the woman herself called 911 nearly 3 hours later, about just before 8 o'clock in the morning, told operator she was physically attacked and kicked. The suspect had left. That 22-year-old man is now in custody. Charges are pending. The woman was taken to the hospital. She is expected to survive. Police say she had non-life-threatening injuries, but the reaction has been swift this week. The mayor, Cavalier Johnson, has called it extremely difficult to hear. I think that's not in dispute at all. Alderman Scott Spiker, he chairs the Public Health and Safety Committee, now calling for a hearing to learn more about what went wrong, calling the audio horrific. As far as the department that operates all of this, it's called the Department of Emergency Communication, was recently created. So it was handled by a former department, then consolidated into the DEC. This was early last year, around February. Their director so far declining to go into specifics on what went wrong. However, they did admit to the paper the audio shows that the situation was mishandled. He's on record with that.
I think certainly a concerning situation. I think people hearing this story this week want to know that if they do call 911, that they're going to get, immediate response from authorities. So certainly a concern. Glad to hear that the woman is recovering and trying to recover from this, but certainly scary. And this could have, been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, and you think about just elderly individuals, especially once you reach a certain point in your life. We all want the best for our elderly family members. We want to make sure that they're taken care of. This happening very early in the morning. I believe the first call came in somewhere between 5 and 5:30. So likely wouldn't have been anyone else in the home with this 99-year-old woman at the time. But you just feel for her in that situation, it sounds like she was on the ground and had to crawl to get to the phone and ultimately make the call. And of course, there are those questions now that need to be asked. I know the city of Milwaukee, far from a quiet dispatch center. They're taking calls from all over the city for all sorts of different situations. And I'm sure if you've ever had to call 911, you've probably been frustrated at one time or another with response times. And that's always something these departments say they're constantly trying to tinker with and try to make sure that they can make it better. But there are still situations like this that happen. And it does seem like we will get some sort of further look into this. We'll ultimately see when that hearing comes up. I think the Common Council is going into recess here pretty soon, so it could be a minute, but we will see. News about your money now, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Futures all looking positive right now. The Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P 500 all reporting modest gains. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
If you're going to put some of your hard-earned profits into advertising, you better do it right. Because we know you don't want to waste a dime. If you want ad success, it's not just knowing what to say, it's knowing how to say it. Telling isn't selling, and a message that doesn't sell will waste your money. With thousands of ads of experience, we know what to say and how to say it to get you better results. Go to Anderson-Smith.com's Our Work page to listen and see why we're the guys smart advertisers call to make their ad dollars work harder. We found that whatever kind of ad you decide to run, if it doesn't sell, it's a bad ad. One thing we're pretty good at is digging deep to find what truly sets our clients apart from their competition. And we're always surprised at what we find and have often asked, well, why haven't you been telling the public that? There are things about your business that you aren't telling enough people, and certainly not often enough. We'll fix that. Go to Anderson-Smith.com and hit the Contact Us button, because we help small business advertisers get better results.
It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Get sale discounts store-wide all month long. What a great time to shop for all of your Christmas needs. Get your holiday decor and so much more, along with all the great bargains we always have for you. It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory is arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy. And helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Fresh attacks across the Middle East. Jordan saying it had to shoot down several Iranian missiles. Kuwait says an Iranian strike hit a Chinese company, killing one person. And CENTCOM carrying out strikes overnight after President Trump declared,
"We're going to hit him very hard."
That military action, one of three options that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sees for the way forward. Netanyahu spoke with ABC's Lindsay Davis around the ways forward this week.
He's got basically three options. One, to indeed succeed in making a deal. Two, to continue the blockade. Three, to take military action. Anything that will produce the end of Iran's nuclear program is what we want. That's our common goal. We talked about it.
Stock markets may be ready to rebound a bit after a day that saw the Dow sink by 1,100 points. Its worst sell-off in more than a year. Search teams looking for a 10-year-old swept away by floodwaters in northern New Jersey. This is ABC News.
Things moving along relatively well out there right now. Westbound 94, watch for a bit of a brake check as you're making your way through the stadium interchange from about 30th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Southbound on 41, backing up a bit south of Appleton Avenue to about Hampton, and again right past Capitol Drive. Northbound slowing down from Mayfair Road up past Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly sunny, 86 your high today, partly cloudy down to 68. Our next rain chance coming late in the day on Friday. Milwaukee right now at 64. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, power restoration efforts continue in the Fox Valley this morning after that devastating tornado destroying portions of Menasha and Appleton earlier this week. Officer Dan Wickman with the Fox Crossing Police Department.
Crews from 16 municipalities are assisting Menasha utilities under difficult and often dangerous conditions. The best way that you can help them is by giving them the space they need to do their job safely. Please stay away from areas where line workers are operating, obey barricades and traffic control, and never approach or assume a down power line is safe.
If you'd like more information on how you can contribute to recovery efforts, text the word tornado to the WTMJ Siding Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620.
With that cleanup ongoing, a curfew still in place in Menasha, and authorities are trying to combat some other threats as well. Police Chief Matt Albrecht.
We are advising people to be cautious of any contractors or scenarios that you think may be a scam. Our community liaison officer has posted tips and things to watch out for on our social media page so that we hope people are not victims of these scams. Unfortunately, again, we do have those that are going to try and take advantage of our residents.
Albrecht saying the city is also increasing patrols throughout the community, and they still have a zero-tolerance policy for any people outside past the curfew.
Decision Wisconsin, a judge rules no do-overs on already returned absentee ballots. Democrats filing a lawsuit earlier this month requesting the ability to request a new ballot. This after Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez and former State Economic Development Director Missy Hughes' names are planning to still appear on the ballot, despite both dropping out of the race. Meanwhile, Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley re-entered the race, a Dane County judge ruling the state does not allow a voter to spoil an absentee ballot after it has been returned. So far, estimates suggest over 117,000 ballots have already been dropped off.
Forensic scientists moving into a new Milwaukee crime lab. The facility has been nationally accredited with upgrading evidence processing bays, forensic studios, and toxicology labs. Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul says this opens Milwaukee to new possibilities in forensic science.
Whether that is adopting probabilistic genotyping for DNA analysis or bringing online new toxicology technology that allows for substances to be detected at lower concentrations.
The lab's new home next to the Medical College of Wisconsin will also become the new site for the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:34.
Hey, John Mercure here from WTMJ. When it's time for a new vehicle, I know exactly where I'm headed. It's the place I bought my last car, and I love it. It's Griffin Ford in Waukesha. We buy our vehicles there. Right now is a great time to make your move because Griffin has one of the largest selections of new Ford vehicles in Wisconsin. That means you choose the color, trim, features you want. They're right there on the lot. They don't have to bring the car in from far away. You don't have to wait. Looking for an SUV? Griffin Ford has 47 new Ford Explorers to choose from. Savings over $8,400 on select 2026 Explorer active models. Need a truck? They've got more than 60 of those beautiful Ford F-Series pickups, including the popular F-150. Plus, qualified buyers can get 0% financing for 36 months on most new Ford models. And you'll receive a 2-year, 25,000-mile maintenance package included with most new vehicles. Shop at Griffin Ford in Waukesha, where I buy my cars. It's Griffin Ford.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Sure, first pitch is important, but real Brewers fans know the real warm-up starts in the parking lot. Join us for WTMJ Day, the fan-focused tailgate before the Brewers game on Saturday, August 29th, presented by Big Fish Contracting and Woodman's, with catering by Left's Lucky Town. Text WTMJ to 855-616-1620 right now. WTMJ Day, before the Brewers game on Saturday, August 29th.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:37.
Some games you just got to flush down the toilet. We'll talk about it in sports at 6:45. Wanted to bring you this update from the city of Seattle. Recall earlier this week, there was that deadly mass shooting near a food festival just a block away from the Space Needle. And we also mentioned on Monday that there was some criticism for an hours-long wait for any official updates about the incident. The police chief in Seattle is a man named Sean Barnes. If the name sounds familiar, he was formerly the police chief in the city of Madison, was the man responsible for the response and handling of the Abundant Life Christian School shooting a few years ago. Well, now there are reports, according to several outlets in the Seattle area, that Sean Barnes may be on his way out, that the mayor of Seattle, Kate Wilson, is planning to meet with Barnes, or was planning rather sometime late in the day. It's a little bit of working through sourced reporting right now. There is nothing official. There is a planned protest near the police facilities by those in support of Barnes, and this all comes after, during a press conference, a very heated exchange between Barnes and a reporter, Connor Nash is his name, from the South Seattle Emerald. The reporter asking Barnes where he was, peppering him a lot during this press conference, and the viral response.
I don't have to tell you where I go. I have a medical procedure I got to do on Friday. No. You need to know this. I have been here working as hard as I can for this city from the day I got here. Do you got that?
You listen to me.
But there are reports
that you are not in town often.
Their reports are wrong. Do you understand? You understand?
So when
I work, let's go.
You hear the handler there getting the police chief out of the way ASAP. So right now, a bit of a holding pattern. We'll see what comes out of this. Meanwhile, that investigation into the deadly shooting continues. There's still, I believe, maybe at least one person who is at large and not in custody. So we'll continue to follow this closely. I'm very curious to see later today if we get an update on the chief's status. 6:39.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with a new LiftMaster or CHI maintenance-free garage door. Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. A study by Remodelers Magazine reports that the average return on investment is an amazing 82%. Garage doors rank first among all home improvement projects. To see Geiss's huge selection of doors, visit their showroom in Brookfield, or you can also visit their online showroom at geissdoors.com. Geiss has everything from alley doors to custom wood designer doors and everything in between. Remember, for all your garage door needs, you call Geiss at 262-784-4250. That number again, 262-784-4250. It's Geiss. Visit them online at geissdoors.com.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
When it's time to explore assisted living, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. That's why we partnered with the American Seniors Housing Association to promote whereyouLiveMatters.org. I'm Mike from the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association. For over 30 years, our organization of more than 2,000 facility members has led through advocacy, education, and support to help advance quality care. That's why Wisconsin families trust WALA. When it's time to search for assisted living for yourself or a loved one, visit whereyouLiveMatters.org.
WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for the Bugman. Queen Bee, this summer is going to be crazy. So far, ants have been crazy, ticks have been crazy, mosquitoes are starting to get crazy, and carpenter bees have been crazy. With the relatively warm winter we had and all the water that we got this spring, it's kicking everything into high gear. I expect the fall to be huge, like stink bugs, box elders, and Asian lady beetles. They're going to be in heavy numbers this year as well. Call today, 262-633-3411, or visit bugmanqueenbee.com.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Veterans benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Brave Americans who served shouldn't be denied benefits or have a disability claim incorrectly evaluated by the VA. If you're one of those vets, call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
6:41. Let's get to the roads. Debbie Lazaga, how's it shaking?
Well, still a little bit backed up northbound on 41, starting at Mayfair Road all the way up almost to Capitol Drive. Southbound on 41, also slowing down before Appleton Avenue, down past Capitol Drive. Westbound 94, we've got delays from 35th Street to Hawley Road. Eastbound, not really all that slow just yet. We're still looking pretty good across the rest of the system as well. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Mostly sunny and warmer for our Thursday as high temperatures climb into the mid and upper 80s. We'll hold on to a few clouds tonight as low temperatures fall back into the upper 60s. Now, growing cloud cover overnight into our Friday. It'll be a little bit more humid tomorrow, and then rain showers are likely late in the day. We'll look for high temperatures to top out near 80 degrees.
Milwaukee right now at 65. Adam and Neil with you on a Thursday morning. Time now to recognize another everyday hero.
An everyday hero is when Wisconsin's morning news celebrates an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning they'd be saving a life. Cape Girardeau, Missouri was hit with catastrophic flooding earlier this summer. More than 3 inches came down in 1 hour, causing dangerous flash flooding. Food truck owner Miguel Morales was busy working the truck when he saw a man stuck in his vehicle trapped in the rising floodwaters. The truck nearly submerged when Morales was able to swim out to him and pull him out.
And I'm running and take out him for the water and save his life. And I take out for the water. He almost died.
Morales speaking to Heartland News, KFVS Channel 12. The fire chief says he was a hero that day.
I understand Miguel, took great personal risk to himself to get the individual out of the vehicle.
So in honor of Morales and to thank him, the fire chief and the community came out to give his food truck some business.
Having eaten here before, we know the food is fantastic, so thought it was a great opportunity to come out and support it.
Many people were on hand, including the brother of the man Morales saved.
I'm very thankful, grateful that he jumped in action and did everything he could to save him.
Kevin Edwards told Heartland News he'll forever be grateful for Morales.
You can't thank somebody enough for saving your loved one.
Thank you, Miguel Morales. You are an everyday hero. Eric Bilstead, WTMJ News.
If you want to see Morales in action, text HERO to the WTMJ Siding Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620. HERO to the talk and text line.
Just doing some roofing on another lovely Wisconsin day. No gimmicks, no shortcuts, it's just roofing done the old-fashioned way. Do you need shingles? Let's mingle, for a Wisconsin tradition never dwindles. So raise a glass, shake a hand for this old-fashioned brand. Whoop, that's old-fashioned roofing.
How about a whole day dedicated to YOUU? Come celebrate WTMJ Day with us, your favorite WTMJ hosts, at a private tailgate. The upcoming Brewers game on August 29th. It's a Saturday. Enjoy food, drinks. You'll hang out with us and get tickets to the Brewers game as they take on the Rangers at American Family Field. You can get more information and secure tickets right now at WTMJday.com or text tailgate to the Siding Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620. You'll want to do so soon because tickets are going fast. So sign up today and we will see you at the ballpark for WTMJ Day. It's Saturday, August 29th, sponsored by Big Fish Contracting and Woodman's with catering courtesy of Leff's Lucky Town.
Hey, John Mercure here for Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. Quite simply the best in the business. You got a shoulder that's not feeling great. Maybe it's an ankle or a knee Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin and their top-tier doctors can get you feeling how you deserve to feel. My wife, Michelle, had a back issue. Oh, how put her in a great place. She's on the mend. She's feeling better. She's doing all the things that she wants to do. Start at the website, ohow.com, ohow.com. Request an appointment. Start your journey to feeling better with the best Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Players back on the practice field at 10:30 this morning for training camp in Green Bay, and injury updates was part of the focus during day one of camp. General Manager Brian Gutekunst saying one player he's optimistic about, tight end Tucker Kraft.
I anticipate, him being out there sooner rather than later. The more work he can get with Jordan, particularly even when maybe he's not ready for the team part of it, the more individual work he can get done with Jordan is going to be important for him as he heads into the season.
Now, on the defensive side of the ball, head coach Matt LaFleur saying there's no long-term concern for defensive tackle Javon Hargrave, who's dealing with a bit of a knee issue. LaFleur saying probably the bigger adjustment, getting situated in Jonathan Gannon's system.
He was telling JG, he's like, the scheme's a lot different than it was when we were together in Philly. So, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but nothing that's a long-term concern for us right now.
As for running back Josh Jacobs, he was on the field yesterday for day one of camp, did not speak to reporters. Gutekunst saying that nothing has changed regarding Jacobs' off-field legal situation. Organization says they continue to monitor that matter, but Jacobs will remain with the team, will practice in the time being. Again, players back on the field at 10:30 this morning. Also then tonight, again, busy week. Not only training camp getting underway, but tonight another couple of players getting inducted into the Packers Hall of Fame. That ceremony will be held later this evening, honoring Tramon Williams and Earl Dotson.
Brewers put up a stinker in San Francisco, 16-3. The final, flush it down the toilet, forget about it. Still 6 games up are the Crew in the NL Central over the Cubs. 4 games ahead of the Braves for the 2 spot in the NL, and a game behind the Dodgers for that top spot in the league. Meanwhile,
Tigers fans are thinking one thing. Thanks, Tarek.
Tarek Skubal exiting the game for the Tigers to a standing ovation yesterday from the crowd at Comerica Park. And so the rumor mill, it does begin. So it's interesting. The Tigers had a 7-0 lead in that game when Skubal left. He pitched phenomenally, found a way somehow still to blow it to the Orioles 10-9. So 51-58 is Detroit. And now that means, it seems with that reaction and the way he was getting hugs and pats on the back, that it probably was Skubal's last outing. Where does he go from here? ESPN's Jeff Passan.
Have a lot of engaged teams right now. Teams that in particular are being cited by others as being the biggest threats, though. The Milwaukee Brewers, who have a tremendous farm system. And of course, Phil, the Los Angeles Dodgers, who are the favorites at this point, and frankly have been since the possibility of Tarek Skubal getting traded first surfaced a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I don't think any surprises there. I will say it is going to be interesting, and we'll talk more with Tim Dillard about this on Brewers 360 later on in the show, but anything you're going to get for Skubal, the Tigers know what they have, and I think if that is his final outing, that's exhibit A of what he can still do at this point in his career, and they're going to want to haul for him. And do the Brewers want to take that risk of depleting the farm system for a rental? You're going to have like a CC Sabathia situation. We'll dice it up with Dillard coming up later on the show. 6:49.
It's WTMJ's Debbie Loziga. Every morning, I talk about traffic backups and slowdowns around Milwaukee. At Sewer Ninjas, they help homeowners avoid a different kind of backup, a sewer backup. Sewer Ninjas is a Wisconsin family-owned company specializing in sewer camera inspections, drain cleaning, and trenchless repairs that can often be completed without tearing up your yard. Their goal is simple: find problems early and help homeowners avoid costly surprises. Learn more at sewerninjas.com. That's sewerninjas.com.
988 Wisconsin Lifeline. How can I help you?
Share hope, find purpose when you become a 988 Lifeline counselor. The 988 Wisconsin Lifeline provides free and confidential support to anyone in crisis. 988 has experienced tremendous growth, and more statewide counselors are needed. Staffed by Family Services, 988 counselors work remotely, are offered flexible hours, competitive compensation, benefits, and training. Apply today at 988lifelinecounselor.org. Family Services is an equal opportunity employer.
Paid for by grants from SAMHSA and the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
WTMJ WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Hey, reminder, it is summer storm season, and weather damage can be a real issue at the house. So if you think you've got a problem, remember, Tri-County Contracting gives free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. And here's the best part, they can always work directly with your insurance. It's Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Love your home again, even during the storm season, with Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
When you're at the State Fair, be sure to check out the Big 5-9 main stage, featuring amazing acts like Nelly, For King and Country, Winona Judd, Melissa Etheridge, and more. Tickets are on sale now. Big 5-9 is a proud sponsor of the fair and a proud supporter of the local Wisconsin communities they have served since 1859. So grab your bucket of lemonade or beer, something on a stick, and join Big 5-9 at the Wisconsin State Fair between August 6th and August 16th. Member FDIC.
Traffic is sponsored by Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Design Exchange is where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at 25 to 40% off retail prices in Heartland and Pewaukee.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
6:52. Let's get a look at the roads. Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning. Southbound on 41, heavy ride from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol Drive. The northbound side's backing up from Mayfair up to Capitol as well. Westbound 94, we've got our usual backups from 35th Street to Holly Road. Eastbound, tightening up just a bit coming out of the stadium interchange towards 35th Street. Starting to see a little bit of building volume on 43 right around the North Avenue area, so that's going to start to kick in soon as well. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, mostly sunny, 86, pretty toasty today, though not the extreme heat we had earlier this month. 68 your overnight low. Our next chance for some rain coming late in the day tomorrow. It's going to linger overnight into early on Saturday. Sunday we then dry out, mostly sunny, 74, 78 on Monday. Milwaukee right now at 66 degrees.
Well, day one of Packers training camp in the books. Players back on the field getting all of the preparations underway, which will happen over the next month before the start of a new season. And plenty of highlights yesterday. I mean, it was a pretty easy first day of camp, but again, always excitement to get everybody back on the field. Of course, we hear from some of the coaches, General Manager Brian Gutekunst talking to the media. First time we've heard from him since the draft. And again, it's just kind of this big buildup. But just to kind of highlight some of the things that we did hear yesterday, a lot of it was some health updates. You know, will we see some competition out there? So I want to start with head coach Matt LaFleur, who took the podium before practice yesterday and says, you know, look, this time of year, this is where players start defining, you know, where they want to land on this roster.
I think role clarity is key. I think that's our job as coaches. Like, hey, here's your role. If you want a bigger role, then you got to go out there and do it at the end of the day. So that puts some onus on the players.
Now, one player Packers fans certainly going to be excited to see back on the field is tight end Tucker Kraft, as he continues to recover from his injury a season ago. The Pro Bowl caliber tight end continues recovering, but LaFleur says he's been very impressed with everything that Kraft has done throughout his recovery process and away from the spotlight.
Tuck's a guy that he doesn't shy away from the work, and he put the work in. I mean, he always, since the day he got here, he's been a worker. And he was here all summer grinding away to put himself in this position. So that'll certainly be a huge boost for our football team when he's available.
Now, General Manager Brian Gutekunst kind of echoing that optimism, saying that he expects Kraft to be back sooner rather than later. Certainly want to make sure they ease him back in correctly here, you know, throughout training camp and here as the offseason continues before the season gets underway. And Goody also saying, look, it's not about just getting him back on the field. He says the organization also hoping to keep Kraft in Green Bay for years to come.
Yeah, there's been discussions, and certainly I think it's, both us and him, it's in best interest to try to get something done, but these things take time.
So kind of signaling that hopefully they can get a contract extension done with Kraft here in the near future. Now, we did get some updates. You know, a lot of the questions for LaFleur yesterday as well were just kind of updates on some other injuries. Obviously, Micah Parsons continues to recover from his ACL. Earliest expecting him maybe week 4, but that could be pushing it. So it's going to probably be at least 4 to 5, if not 6 weeks into the year until Micah gets back on the field. Also did a quick update, defensive tackle Javon Hargrave, who the Packers signed. He's been dealing with a bit of a knee issue, but LaFleur kind of signaling shouldn't be any major concern there. He should be ready to go at some point here during camp. Now, we did get an update as well, a kind of minor update on running back Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, really nothing's changed. I mean, those things are obviously legal matters that are out of our hands. And so, but he'll be out there, and we look forward to him being out there.
So Jacobs was on the field yesterday for camp, of course, dealt with that arrest back in May, a domestic abuse situation. Now, again, no formal charges have been filed by the Brown County DA. They say that investigation is ongoing. So Jacobs has not been, charged with anything, so he continues to practice, and both LaFleur and Gutekunst kind of signaling, look, as long as he's legally clear to go, we're going to get him out there on the field and let him practice. So we did not hear from Jacobs yesterday,
which we anticipated was probably going to be the case.
Question: will we hear from him today or tomorrow, or how's this going to kind of shake out? We'll see if they do shine him in the spotlight. And then lastly, LaFleur was kind of asked about the expectations for this season. I think expectations, as they typically are in Green Bay, very high, and how he kind of feels about this team that he's starting camp with.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not even focused on that. Like, I want to focus on the day-to-day and just push these guys, and they push each other to be the best we can be. And I think that's, like I said, that's a reasonable ask. We got to get a little bit better each and every day. But I am confident in the people that we have in the room to field a pretty darn competitive football team.
And LaFleur was asked that question by our friend, I believe, Jason Wilde. Mm-hmm. That was the question who it came from. So we'll hear from ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde just about an hour from now, kind of get his reactions from camp day 1. But day 2, today, 10:30, practice will resume.
I'm going to show my hand a little bit here. I'll be curious when we talk with Wilde if he's getting a sense that LaFleur's trying to light a fire under all these players' butts. Because remember how last year ended, we didn't even know if LaFleur was going to be back with the team.
Yeah.
And he signs that contract extension, puts that to bed. But when you dance with the devil in the pale moonlight, sometimes you got to respond in kind. So we will see. By the way, if we're talking about Parsons, you mentioned week 4. If it's me and I can choose selfishly as a fan, that would be at Tampa Bay. I want him. You got 2 home games against Chicago and Dallas. I mean, the storylines, the script, Neil.
That's
the
true.
Script writers want that. So, and we talked already about the WWE style entrance, which Alex Strofe is fully on board with. No word on if he will be footing the cost for the pyro. 6:58, top of the hour news, straight ahead.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The new Berlin Common Council unanimously approved Rockwell Automation's $200 million mega plant on Tuesday, after 45 minutes of comments from neighbors opposed to the project. The facility is expected to generate hundreds of jobs. Wauwatosa officials formally committed to demolishing and replacing the city's aging civic campus, but they haven't approved the $107 million price tag. Council members directed city staff to pursue cost-saving measures and more grant funding for the project. And a massive Sturtevant manufacturing campus is up for sale. It was once home to Cree Lighting. I'm Addison Lathers from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve Scafidi here for QC Kinetics. When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, do your homework. Remember, once the joint is replaced, there's no going back. Before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in Greenfield and Mequon. You start with a medical evaluation, reviewing your history, any imaging, and the actual source of your pain. If you're a good candidate, they'll concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. The whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before making a decision that could change your life. Don't just accept surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and know your options. The conversation and consultation are totally free. Call QC Kinetics at 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. QC Kinetics.
$998 buys you a magnificent diamond solitaire engagement ring at Kessler's.
A solid gold mounting shows off a big, beautiful diamond, 3/4 of a carat.
Glitter, twinkle, sparkle.
This is the definitive diamond solitaire engagement ring.
You can choose a round diamond, radiant, marquise, or oval.
3/4 of a carat. Any shape you want.
Any color of gold you want.
A 1-carat solitaire is just $1,498.
Ask to see the Evermore engagement rings at Kessler's.
You're going to be ecstatic about the color, clarity, and cut of your diamond.
Evermore.
Each of these diamonds was lovingly created in the heart of a miniature star.
Your diamond will remain.
Evermore.
Your diamond was born about the time you fell in love.
You will be in love.
Evermore.
Your diamond has been waiting patiently for you to see it, love it, and choose it.
Don't keep it waiting. Come to Kessler's.
To find the Kessler's nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Breaking news as it happens. Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
7:01, I'm Adam Roberts. This is Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Thursday, July 30th. Our top story, intense attacks continue overseas.
I'm Neil Doyle, in for Eric Bilstead. 2 emergency dispatchers on leave.
I'm Debbie Lazago. We've got southbound on 41 backing up a bit from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol, northbound from North Avenue. Actually, make that Mayfair Road all the way to Capitol Drive. Also delays westbound on 94 from 35th Street to Holly Road, eastbound coming out of the stadium to 35th. And a broken down vehicle northbound on 41 just north of Pilgrim Road, just before you get to the county line there. The left shoulder is blocked, so it's in a weird spot. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, mostly sunny and warm today. 86 your high, partly cloudy, down to 68 for your overnight low. Milwaukee right now, sunny and 66 degrees at 7:02. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Iran firing more missiles at allies of the U.S. in Jordan and Kuwait. These attacks coming after the U.S. military completed its first strikes against Iran in 6 days. More from ABC's Karen Hua.
Video from Iranian TV shows people digging through debris at what's described as a residential building on Keshem Island in the Persian Gulf. U.S. officials call it a powerful response to Iran's attack Tuesday, in which Iranian missiles targeted U.S. troops at an airbase in Jordan.
The U.S. also conducting joint strikes with Saudi Arabia on Iranian-backed militants in eastern Iraq.
2 Milwaukee emergency dispatchers are now on administrative leave after authorities say a 99-year-old woman waited nearly 3 hours for help while she was being attacked inside of her home. Officials say the woman's life alert system contacted 911 3 separate times, but no officers were sent. 911 recordings obtained by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel.
Am I able to take them off hold for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, are you able to hear me?
In those recordings, again, police say the woman then later called 911 herself, prompting an immediate response. A 22-year-old man was arrested. The city says it is investigating what led to that delay.
A fiery hearing on Capitol Hill as Dr. Anthony Fauci sits in front of a Senate committee facing tough questioning from Republican lawmakers over his work during the COVID-19 pandemic. Fauci declining to answer questions, invoking the Fifth Amendment. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
He essentially accuses Paul of having a vendetta against him. The phrase Fauci uses is a, quote, unhinged obsession. And he says that he doesn't believe he's going to get a fair shake in this hearing. He believes that Paul is essentially trying to set a kind of perjury trap to use anything that Fauci would say to refer him to the Justice Department for supposed perjury, even if it wasn't untrue or anything like that. And so Fauci says he sees no other way to proceed here other than to exert his Fifth Amendment right.
Senator Rand Paul has said he will take up a vote to hold Fauci in contempt next week.
Power restoration efforts continuing in the Fox Valley region after that devastating tornado destroying portions of Menasha and Appleton. Officer Dan Wickman with the Fox Crossing Police Department.
Crews from 16 municipalities are assisting Menasha utilities under difficult and often dangerous conditions. The best way that you can help them is by giving them the space they need to do their job safely. Please stay away from areas where line workers are operating, obey barricades and traffic control, and never approach or assume a down power line is safe.
To learn more about the recovery efforts, you can text the word tornado to the WTMJ Siding Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620.
Wisconsin's Act 10 law will remain in effect after a new ruling from the State Court of Appeals.
The court overturned a Dane County judge's decision that struck down the 2011 law, which limits collective bargaining rights for most public employees and requires many to contribute more toward their health insurance and retirement benefit. The law, championed by former Governor Scott Walker, sparked weeks of protests at the state capitol when it was passed. The lawsuit argues the law unfairly exempts firefighters and some other public safety workers. Unions are expected to appeal the decision to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Coming up, new charges in a locker room hazing case.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:06.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first soft wave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Erickson's Landscape Supply, we have durable, maintenance-free polywood patio furniture and #1 grade treated natural pine Amish-made patio furniture. And we also have a wonderful assortment of concrete benches, statues, and fountains available in a selection you just gotta see to believe. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less, plus a whole lot more. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection or stop on in today. He told us to load 4 yards into his 8-foot bed, but we knew that 3 full, honestly measured yards were going to fill his truck bed to the rim. After we proved that, he told us the other guys have been telling him he's been getting 4 yards in there for years. Honest measurements and honest folks who just want to do you right. So you come back. Erickson's Landscape Supply, high quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:08.
A Packers great reveals new health information. We'll do it in sports at 7:15.
Milwaukee County gets a major upgrade for forensic evidence processing.
District Attorney Kent Lovern says the upgraded facility will accommodate new forensic technology and help with Milwaukee County's backlog of felony cases.
We want to hold the right people accountable for the bad behavior that happens in our community, and scientific evidence is a big part of making that possible.
Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul says the new lab's proximity to the Medical College of Wisconsin and soon the new medical examiner's office is also ideal.
In the event that there is a tragic mass casualty event, it will aid in coordination so that a response can be handled as efficiently as possible.
At the Milwaukee Crime Lab, Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
In Philadelphia, 10 people, including 6 football players and 4 coaches, are now facing criminal charges in connection with multiple alleged locker room assaults. Kevin Steele, Montgomery County District Attorney, speaking here with WPVI.
The juvenile victim described the incident as being punched, kicked, and stomped in the head and the groin with cleats, forcing him to curl up to protect.
The case being investigated as hazing. Authorities say the victim was a then 15-year-old sophomore.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:10.
Hello, Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation, and it definitely shouldn't feel like a game. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin believes in straightforward pricing, honest conversations, and helping homeowners find the right fit for their home. Because a fair final price matters more than some flashy discount. Pella never inflates pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. And when you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, one trusted team handles everything from start to finish. The same company that manufactures your windows and doors is also the one selling, installing, and servicing them with Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means confidence in the process, confidence in the product, and one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
7-Eleven. Oh, thank heaven for Debbie Lazaga. How are the roads?
Well, we got westbound 94 backing up a bit as per usual, right through the stadium interchange to Holly Road. After that, you're good to go into Waukesha County. If you're coming from Waukesha County, no problems there. You only hit the brakes really coming through the stadium interchange to about 35th Street. Southbound 41 still heavy from Appleton to Capitol Drive. Northbound slowing from North Avenue past Burleigh up to Capitol. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. Mostly sunny and warmer for our Thursday as high temperatures climb into the mid and upper 80s. We'll hold on to a few clouds tonight as low temperatures fall back into the upper 60s. Now, growing cloud cover overnight into our Friday. It'll be a little bit more humid tomorrow, and then rain showers are likely late in the day. We'll look for high temperatures to top out near 80 degrees.
Milwaukee right now at 67.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Adam Roberts and Neil Doyle.
It was another day in court for Islamic Society of Milwaukee president and longtime community activist Salah Sarsour in the deportation case now moving closer to a decision, but again, not before another day of testimony and witnesses being called by his legal team.
It is so unjust to take a man who's lived here for 32 years and done nothing wrong in this country and force him to sit in court.
Now, yesterday marked the second hearing in federal immigration court as Sarsour is fighting the Department of Homeland Security's effort to deport him. Now, you might remember Sarsour was arrested by ICE agents outside his Milwaukee area home earlier this year and then was held in a federal detention facility in Indiana for over 2 months. Since a federal judge ordered that he be released from that detention center, is now going through this deportation case. Now, the government's case centers basically on whether Sarsour failed to disclose 2 arrests by Israeli military authorities back in the 90s, and then also authorities with the federal government alleging that Sarsour tried to register to vote despite not being a U.S. citizen at the time. Now, throughout the day yesterday, Sarsour's attorneys calling a series of witnesses. They all were trying to challenge those allegations. And the legal team for Sarsour arguing that the government knew about Sarsour's Israeli arrests for years and now says that this deportation effort instead tied to his public advocacy on behalf of Palestinians. Now, Sarsour's attorneys again arguing that those handling in Israeli court, that those cases were fundamentally flawed back at that time. And they also contend that the government is now relying on those proceedings back in Israel, again, from the early 90s to justify his deportation.
Very unusual in the way in which the government is handling the case and the court system is handling the case.
The Department of Homeland Security, they have not called any witnesses in these hearings yet. Instead, the government attorney is challenging Sarsour's credibility through some cross-examination of some of the defense witnesses and then also pointing to discrepancies on immigration documents. Sarsour has been in the U.S. for more than 30 years, again, denies any of these allegations from the federal government. Now, a ruling not expected by the judge who is overseeing this deportation case until September, possibly at the earliest. They are due back in court. The hearing will continue next week, so we continue to kind of follow this story as it has been unfolding here for the last handful of months.
7:14, we got sports coming up next.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Start your weekend tonight with a free dinner at the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club, right near Holy Hill. I love the Fox and Hounds. When you buy one dinner, your second dinner is free every night. Desserts and ice cream drinks are delicious, and also buy one, get one free. Enjoy the choice porterhouse steak, the braised pork shank, roast duck, twin lobster tails, the surf and turf, Any entree and your second dinner is free. Relax with your favorite beverage on the patio in the woods. Spectacular views, amazing dinners in the 8 dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167 near Holy Hill. It's a one-of-a-kind summer dining destination. Wherever you live, it's worth the beautiful easy drive through the Kettle Moraine for your free dinner. And the Friday haddock fish fry is one of the best, and it's all you care to eat. Weekends might be too busy. Enjoy your free dinner tonight at the Fox and Hounds Supper Club. Tables are open. Google and reserve.
AccuNet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
At Wisconsin's own AccuNet Mortgage, our closing costs are typically $1,000 to $3,000 less than the banks or the mortgage guys with the Rocket for exactly the same rate. Find out how much you can save at accunet.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Day 2 of training camp for the Green Bay Packers. They returned to the field this morning at 10:30. Now, head coach Matt LaFleur says one of the big priorities this time of year, making sure every player understands exactly where they fit.
I think role clarity is key. I think that's our job as coaches. Like, hey, here's your role. If you want a bigger role, then you got to go out there and do it at the end of the day. So that puts some onus on the players.
Now, as for running back Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, really nothing's changed. I mean, those things are obviously legal matters that are out of our hands. And so, but he'll be out there, and we look forward to him being out there.
That's General Manager Brian Gutekunst. Jacobs was out on the field yesterday for practice, of course, dealing with the situation from earlier this year, was arrested back in May, a domestic abuse investigation. Now, again, the Brown County DA says that investigation ongoing. No formal charges have been filed, and Jacobs has denied the allegations. He did not speak to the media yesterday, so still have not heard from Jacobs since this incident. So we'll see if he speaks to the media as the week progresses or at some point in training camp. Again, day 2 gets underway 10:30 this morning. Also tonight, it's been busy in Green Bay this week. 56th Green Bay Packers Hall of Fame induction banquet will be held at the Lambeau Field Atrium this evening. 2 new members of the Packers Hall of Fame. That will be Tramon Williams and Earl Dotson.
Tramon Williams, definitely remember his time with the Green and Gold. Also remember Amon Green's time. He is the leading rusher for the Green Bay Packers and recently revealed his diagnosis, in fact, yesterday, of early onset Parkinson's disease. Green was on the Go Long podcast hosted by Tyler Dunn. Said he kept the information private, wanted to get his affairs lined up with his family and friends and make sure they were all keyed in on how things are going to go for him before the public and the media became aware, but says he's going to tackle this head on.
I know, unfortunately there's a day where we eventually, our clock stopped ticking. The way I look at it, my clock is going to stop ticking when I want it to stop ticking. That's how I'm looking at it.
Green, the second recent example of a Packer revealing their Parkinson's diagnosis following Brett Favre doing so just a couple of years ago. As for your Milwaukee Brewers,
The home run derby! Come on!
Yeah, home run derby, but for the wrong team. 16-3 Brewers get shellacked in the Bay Area.
Not great, Bob.
17 hits allowed. There was no pitcher that had a great day from the starter all the way through. Aaron Ashby, a particularly rough third of an inning in relief. Really got to get that turned around. That's a guy you need if you're going to make a deep playoff run. It could also start raising question of, okay, Tarek Skubal this, Tarek Skubal that. Maybe we just need to get some relief pitching, cure up the bullpen a little bit. Don't want to overreact to one game, but some will. Not me, but some who aren't me. If you do need some positivity, maybe they can find some relief help from within. Andrew Vaughn getting some position player time on the mound. He did give up 3 runs on his own, but he notched a K too.
The pitch. Swing and a miss. Oh, yeah. He didn't get a piece of it. Swing and a miss. He strikes out. And that's the first career strikeout from Andrew Vaughn.
First career K, and I hope he got the baseball too. Brewers with an off day today. They will continue their West Coast road trip this weekend, a 3-gamer against the LA Angels, formerly of Anaheim, but still playing in Anaheim. Make that make sense. 3 gamers against the Halos starts tomorrow. You can hear it here on WTMJ.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Many of us struggle to lose weight. I use Milwaukee Weight Loss to lose the weight I've wanted to lose for a long time. And the great thing is I've kept it off now for over a year. Lost 45 pounds last year, another almost 10 pounds this year with a goal of losing maybe 10 more. For a limited time, get $200 off of their summer special. Book your free consultation at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. I can do it. You can do it. We can all do it. Let's lose weight together. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Get the last roof you'll ever need with steel roofing from Menards. Steel roofing provides your home with the best protection from wind, hail, and fire. Choose from 29 stylish colors to enhance your home's appearance. Available in cut-to-length panels that cover a large area for fast installation. Shop our selection of roofing products today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Hope you'll join us Saturdays at 1 for Experience Wisconsin. We take you across the state, introducing you to the people and places that make Wisconsin such a great place for a vacation. We head south to Kenosha, talking about one last summer getaway with our friends at Visit Kenosha. And we're up in the Northwoods, planning that fall trip up in the Rhinelander area. It's Experience Wisconsin on WTMJ, 1 o'clock on Saturdays. Let us help plan your next trip.
Traffic is sponsored by Village Bowl. This summer, skip the boredom and strike up some fun at Village Bowl in Menominee Falls. Looking for the perfect place for your next celebration?
Village Bowl is the perfect place for parties, weddings, and meetings.
With elegant banquet halls, delicious buffets.
Come celebrate at Village Bowl.
7:22. Let's get a look at the roads with Debbie Lazago.
All right, still looking pretty good right now. We're not seeing too many problems other than our usual backups on westbound 94 between 35th Street and Hawley Road. Eastbound tightening up through the stadium to 35th as well. Northbound 41, you do have some delays from Mayfair Road past Burleigh. Not quite to Capitol Drive just yet. Southbound on 41 has eased up a bit. We do still have some delays from Silver Spring to Hampton and then right past Capitol Drive. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast for today, mostly sunny and warm, 86, partly cloudy, down to 68 tonight. It's currently 66 degrees and sunny in Milwaukee. Overseas, concern growing that the conflict between the U.S. and Iran is expanding.
We're going to hit him very hard.
The president's declaration after Iran fired more missiles at U.S. allies, Jordan and Kuwait, the U.S. military completing its first strikes against Iran in 6 days. We welcome in ABC's Karen Travers with us from the nation's capital. Good morning, Karen. So do we know any further about any supposed negotiations that could be happening? The president has indicated that the door's still open for it, but as missiles fly, that seems pretty far away right now.
It really does. I mean, I think that is certainly rhetoric we're hearing from the president, but there is no indication that that's something that is happening in a meaningful way, at least in order to get to a next phase of negotiations or produce some sort of off-ramp or deal. The president said yesterday that, we'll see if we get there with an agreement at some point. But we've seen the Iranians push back publicly and deny that there have been any direct talks with the United States. There were conversations that they had with mediators from Oman last weekend, but it's now Thursday and there's no indication anything substantial came from that.
Karen, has there been any talk inside the administration? We talked about new reports of the attacks in Jordan, Kuwait. We've seen some of that, but with some of these attacks maybe continuing to, it seems like, just widen. Has there been any concern with that within the administration?
Yeah, I mean, we reported this earlier this week, that last week when the president was meeting with senior officials to consider a major escalation and launching a bigger strike against Iran, there were concerns about the depleted stockpiles of munitions and air defense systems and what that would mean if the United States went bigger. turn around and do, and whether the administration, the U.S., had the capabilities to respond to that with countries in the region. As you mentioned, Jordan has been taking incoming 2 nights in a row now, but also last week as well. We've seen this happening in Kuwait, Bahrain, and other countries in the region, and that's a big part of this calculation at this point for the administration. The president has also said he wants to see if diplomacy had a chance to have some room. I think that we kind of haven't seen that take any legs at this point. But notable yesterday, the president had indicated that these strikes last night were coming. He said, we're going to be hitting them very hard because it's our turn to hit them. He said they know it's coming. And then last night, Central Command launched what it called a powerful response in retaliation for those Iranian strikes in Jordan.
Back, Karen, to the initial Iranian strikes, this attempted surprise attack that kind of set all of this most recent barrage off on Tuesday. Have we been able to determine if the administration may have been caught off guard by this? I know they wouldn't say that outright, but is there any indication behind the scenes that, maybe they were caught unaware?
I mean, it was certainly, I think it reported as a surprise attack. There had been days of quiet. The United States hadn't launched strikes. Iran hadn't done anything. And then 2 nights ago, that attack in Jordan was certainly something that came after a kind of a lull in the back and forth between the 2 countries.
ABC's Karen Travers with us this morning in D.C. Thank you, Karen.
Thanks.
7:26 on Wisconsin's Morning News. We'll keep an eye on any developments that come out of this and if there is any further movement on diplomacy as well. Lots more still coming up also on the show today. I'm very interested to see what the county board's going to do, which is maybe the nerdiest thing you'll hear me say all day, but it's still early. It's only 7:26. I got a time to one up myself, but we will do a run through of what your Milwaukee County supervisors are going to be talking about and some interesting nuggets, including, we'll tease a little ahead here, if you've gone by Red Arrow Park recently, if you're familiar with downtown Milwaukee, there was a Starbucks at this location for many, many years. And over the last couple of years, there's either been nothing at all or there was a Big B location that, if you'll pardon the pun, was in for a cup of coffee and then left. Yeah. But it's empty right now, and the county trying to get that filled. There was talk of a potential beer garden that could take that facility over, but there hasn't been movement on it yet. And I think the county maybe wants something a little bit more permanent in there, right, Neil?
Yeah, that's kind of the indication that we've heard. This has been brought up at 1 or 2 different committees, but there is now a proposal that the county board will hear today. So we'll kind of tell you what it entails.
We'll talk about that as well. We'll hear from ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde. He is in Green Bay. Lots to talk about as training camp continues. We'll do Brewers 360 with you. And coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we are approaching another Milwaukee weekend. There's lots coming up. We'll hear from WTMJ's Sandy Maxx on what you should be doing and spending your time with this weekend. News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The futures looking all right this morning. The Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P, all with decent gains, modest but decent, and futures with the opening bell about an hour away. Financial planning at every level, Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Restaurant prices are soaring, but not at the Mind Chef restaurant in Hartford. WTMJ's John Mercure here. Every Thursday, when you buy 1 pizza, you get a second pizza free. Don't turn on your oven today. Enjoy a free pizza at the Mind Shaft. Buy 1 pizza, get 1 free. Buy 5, get 5 free pizzas. Any size, any quantity. Coaches, bring in your soccer and baseball team today for free pizza. And your players will love that huge game room. It's super affordable team bonding. Bring in pizza today for your hardworking employees. Order now, pick up your free pizza shortly. They're going to appreciate you big time. So don't cook. Take your family to the cool and comfortable Mine Shaft for free pizza. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford and in Oshkosh. Buy 1 pizza today. Get 1 free, just walk in. And the Friday, all you care to eat haddock fish fry is just $8.99. MineshaftRestaurant.com.
Artwork, especially original artwork, can be pricey. But when you take it in on consignment from nice people like you who are just ready to change the look of their home, you can price it right. And you'll find a lot of it at Design Exchange. Beautiful frame pieces by a number of notable artists. And new ones pop in all the time. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. In Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
Now these tend to fly off the shelves. But don't worry, because our connection supplies us with a lot of them. Vintage ceiling tiles from once great old buildings in New York City that make for ultra-unique artwork. These items are definitely hard to find from anywhere else around here. So come take a look, and you'll probably find a treasure. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor at a value. In Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Attacks from both sides in the Middle East with the U.S. striking Iranian targets and Iran hitting back. ABC News senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is at the White House.
The U.S. launching retaliatory strikes against Iran. The Pentagon calling it a powerful response after the regime targeted American forces in the region.
We're going to be hitting them very hard because it's our turn to hit them. They know it's coming. They're asking us not to do it.
The war only escalating across the Middle East. 2 ships, one owned by the U.S., were hit in an apparent drone strike off Egypt's coast.
Jordan this morning says it shot down 5 Iranian missiles. One apparently got through in Kuwait, hitting a building, killing 1 person. Oil prices have dropped a bit. Brent crude now trading at just under $90 a barrel. Wall Street is looking to rebound after yesterday's huge sell-off following the Dow's worst day in more than a year. Stock futures are pointing to a higher opening this morning at the bell. This is ABC News.
Things moving along okay. We do have delays southbound 41 from just before Appleton Avenue all the way past Burleigh. Northbound's backed up from Mayfair Road to Capitol Drive. Westbound 94, watch for delays from 35th Street to Hawley Road, then just west of Highway 100 crossing over the county line. And one more little tap of the brakes between Calhoun and Brookfield Road. Eastbound's backed up from about Hawley Road to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly sunny, 86 today, partly cloudy down to 68 tonight. Humidity kicks up a little bit Friday, and we'll see rain arriving late in the day as well. Milwaukee right now sunny and 68 degrees at 7:32. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, an overnight partial closure of northbound I-94 over after a deadly crash. The sheriff's office saying a man in his 20s was killed when his vehicle collided with a semi on the freeway at Rawson. The freeway closed for hours. The cause of that crash still under investigation.
Crews continue to make progress restoring power after the tornado that ripped through the Fox Valley earlier this week, but there are still many without power. Fox Crossings officer Dan Wickman says the pace of work can be frustrating.
Utility crews must repair damage in a specific order to safely restore electricity to the greatest number of customers as quickly as possible. While it may not always be obvious why crews are working in one location before another, every repair is part of the larger restoration effort.
To learn more about the recovery effort, you can text the word tornado to the WTMJ Sighting Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620.
Meanwhile, Menasha Police Chief Matt Albrecht says his officers are increasing patrol units due to threats targeting victims of Monday's storm.
We did have to take law enforcement action against people in the city who were causing some issues. I'm going to be the first person to say we are not going to tolerate that activity. We ask people to respect the victims of our city who have just gone through probably the worst day and days of their lives. We do not need people coming here or people in the city causing problems and re-victimizing them.
A curfew is still in effect within Menasha city limits. The chief also warning residents of an increase in scams involving fraudulent contractors and agencies.
Milwaukee Water Works will temporarily reduce the amount of fluoride added to the city's drinking water due to a national supply shortage. The change will begin tomorrow and will lower fluoride levels while the city searches for a new supplier. The department says the water remains safe to drink and continues to meet all water quality standards. Officials say most residents do not need to change their drinking water or oral hygiene routines.
A new era of forensic science in the state of Wisconsin.
The new Milwaukee Crime Lab is officially open with upgraded evidence processing bays and studios and new toxicology labs.
With the prior lab, we were at a point where we had folks literally working in the hallways, and this significantly updates the capacity of the labs.
Attorney General Josh Call says this facility will also soon be the new home of the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
And of course, we're located near the medical college of Wisconsin. The close proximity of this lab to those institutions is going to help expand partnerships and training opportunities.
At the Milwaukee Crime Lab, Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Decision Wisconsin, voters who have already returned an absentee ballot will not get a do-over after a new court ruling.
A Dane County judge has ruled voters can't void an absentee ballot once it's been returned, rejecting a lawsuit backed by Democrats. The challenge came after Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez and former State Economic Development Director Missy Hughes dropped out of the governor's race, while Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley re-entered the race. The lawsuit argued voters who cast ballots for candidates who later dropped out should be allowed to vote again. More than 117,000 absentee ballots have already been returned, and the ruling is expected to be appealed. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:35. This news is sponsored by J&J Contractors for all your interior and exterior home improvement services.
Imagine waking up to the updated kitchen or bathroom of your dreams. J&J Contractors is your preferred partner in all your home renovation needs. They can transform your kitchen with beautiful new floors, custom cabinetry, and more. Dreaming of a spa-like oasis with custom tile work and fixtures? J&J Contractors will design a bathroom that leaves you feeling relaxed and rejuvenated. For your free consultation, just search online, J&J Contractors, or call 414-423-9200. J&J Contractors. Welcome home.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Hurt at work? Call Tayback for the payback. An injury at work may leave you eligible for compensation benefits, including lost wages, coverage of medical bills, or a cash settlement. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. And there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
We demand a lot of our shoulders and hands, our hips and knees, our backs and feet. They do life's heavy lifting, so we owe them the greatest attention in return. The Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network provides expert orthopedic and spine care to help you move, lift, turn, and reach with the most possible ease. Whether you have a sports-related injury or a nagging condition that just won't go away, excellence should always be an option. So we make our care available in nearby locations and offer same-day ortho and spine appointments when relief can't wait. It's how to recover quicker, prevent small concerns from becoming big ones, and solve complex issues with the expertise you can only get with academic medicine. We're given just one body, so let's tend to it, check in on it. Let's give it the greatest of care, because when it's tuned up and injury-free, we can always be pushing ahead. To learn more about our nationally recognized orthopedic and spine care, visit Froedtert.com/ortho.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:38.
Could it be Tarek time in Milwaukee? Sports at 7:45.
Marquette University Law School releasing a bit of a flash poll yesterday. Yet again, another look at the Democratic race for governor and maybe becoming a little more clear once again. One candidate leading the way with less than 2 weeks before the primary. According to the poll, State Representative Francesca Hong has 38% support among the likely Democratic voters. Former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes in second at 16%, while Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, who re-entered the race, is polling at just about 7%. Poll Director Charles Franklin.
But I think the expansion of Hong's lead, and you'll see more on that as we go through the release, is a notable change over this where we were a week ago.
So we had a poll a week ago that showed there was still quite a bit of undecided Democratic voters, right around 45%, but that has now dropped in the poll that came out yesterday, according to Charles Franklin, is now at 34%. So voters may be getting a little bit of a clearer picture who they might back in the primary, which is now less than 2 weeks away. I don't think any of the numbers shocked us when we got them yesterday in the newsroom, but
no, what stood out to me, honestly, I fully expected Hong to have the lead still, and maybe a little surprised at just how wide that has expanded. What I was really curious to see is if the Crowley effect was going to be real or a mirage, and if we're just going purely by the numbers, it seems more mirage than real. I mean, he was polling around 5% before he dropped out. Then he comes back in, and in this most recent poll, which was done to include him in the data, sitting at 7%. So the needle is not moving much for him.
Yeah, and a quick note as well. I mean, the poll did say they surveyed just over 400 likely Democratic primary voters. So I know I saw some people maybe online saying, well, that's not a lot of voters, but it gives you a little bit of an indication with the primary coming up August 11th.
And this is the last Marquette poll that we will get before that primary. So numbers, people, do your thing. 740. News is sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk here at Saturdays at 10 right here on WTMJ.
Your financial life is not just about numbers. It is a journey, and Annex Wealth Management aims to help you move through it with clarity. When markets shift, it can be hard to understand what it means for what you have built. Annex offers guidance as a fee-only fiduciary firm, which means their recommendations are built around your best interests rather than commissions or product sales. Annex gives you access to a local team that includes wealth managers, financial planners, investment managers, estate planning attorneys, and client service specialists who work together to create a strategy tailored to your situation. They help clients with investment management, retirement income, planning, tax coordination, estate planning, education funding, and business succession strategies. Annex knows there's different financial plans for different stages of life, and they can help you adjust as things change. With nationwide accessibility, Annex blends personal attention with leading-edge tools to offer an experience built around informed decision-making. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference. Click Get Started at annexwealth.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
7:42 on a Thursday morning. Debbie Lazaga's got eyes on the roads.
Yep, things are starting to slow down a little bit more out there. Westbound 94, you've got backups from 35th Street to Holly Road, then from Highway 100 to the county line, and from Sunny Slope to about Calhoun. Eastbound, you're seeing backups from about 70th Street to 35th. Northbound 4394 is backing up out of the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. And eastbound 894, we're seeing delays from just about 60th Street past Loomis. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, mostly sunny, 86 today, partly cloudy, down to 68 tonight. Our next chance for rain is going to hit late tomorrow. We'll see a little extra humidity too. 80 the high, the rain ends Saturday, a high of 75 for your weekend. Right now, 70 and sunny in Milwaukee.
Well, the Milwaukee County Board of Supervisors meets today. A full agenda, but some items we're paying attention to involve public safety, elections, parks, and the future of the county courthouse.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
So board members, county leaders, they continue to discuss this proposal. It's dubbed the Investing in Justice Courthouse Complex. Basically, would be a complete renovation, redo of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. There's been reports in recent weeks that the project now expected to cost nearly $900 million. So today's item, again, just informational. They're not really voting on anything to kind of move this forward. But again, they'll kind of hear maybe a bit of an update as county leaders continue to discuss that project and try to move forward. I believe September would kind of be the deadline for them to give this the green light and move it forward. But more discussion about the courthouse today. Another item before supervisors would deal with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office and would have them provide quarterly reports detailing traffic stops, vehicle impoundments, also stolen vehicle recoveries, and other crash information data. Now, supporters say They're hoping to get this approved to then just kind of get regular reporting to the county board, kind of gives a clearer picture of enforcement efforts on the roadway through sheriff's deputies. That passed out of committee unanimously, so that's before the board today. Board also expected to consider a resolution that would reaffirm Milwaukee County's commitment to election integrity. This kind of stems from the recent reports that the FBI visited the home of Milwaukee County's elections director, this stemming into the FBI's probe into the 2020 election. So they have this resolution they're looking to pass. And then for those looking for somewhere to drink, basically.
You have my attention.
A new beer garden being proposed, part of the beer garden program that already has been going on throughout Milwaukee County. Now, this proposal would authorize a lease and vendor agreement for a new beer garden at Red Arrow Park. So that would add another seasonal destination for the county's beer garden network. Again, this would be more of a fixed space. Again, they do some of the traveling beer gardens at some of the county parks, but they are looking to kind of turn this space at Red Arrow Park, as you alluded, has changed. Has been multiple different coffee spots, but they're like, why don't we make it a beer garden? So
I've always said any county park in Milwaukee County, if you have the infrastructure, doesn't have to be grandiose, doesn't have to be big, but some form of a beer garden should be in every county park. For as much as we hear, we don't have the money for this, we don't have the money for that, everything is degrading. It seems like every beer garden always is a winner. Just look at South Shore or Estabrook if you want a good example of that.
Yep, that proposal on the county board agenda. Board members will meet at noon today.
7:46, sports on the way.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
A whole day dedicated to just that. Come celebrate WTMJ Day with us, your favorite WTMJ host, at a private tailgate coming up at the Brewers game Saturday, August 29th. Food, drinks, you get to hang out with the entire WTMJ host crew, even some of our other reporters, producers, the whole shebang. Plus, you get tickets to the Brewers game as they take on the Texas Rangers at American Family Field. Get more information, secure your tickets by visiting WTMJDate.com or text tailgate to the Siding Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620. Tailgate's the word you want to text, then tickets are moving. So sign up today and we'll see you at the ballpark Saturday, August 29th for WTMJ Day, sponsored by Big Fish Contracting and Woodman's with catering courtesy of Leff's Lucky Town.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
It's day number 2 of training camp in Green Bay, and day 1 kind of focusing on updates on the injury front. General Manager Brian Gutekunst saying one player he's very optimistic about, tight end Tucker Kraft.
I anticipate, him being out there sooner rather than later. The more work he can get with Jordan, particularly even when maybe he's not ready for the team part of it, the more individual work he can get done with Jordan is going to be important for him as he heads into the season.
On the defensive side, head coach Matt LaFleur, saying no long-term concern. Javon Hargrave, defensive tackle, dealing with a bit of a knee issue, but LaFleur alluding he should be good to go. Of course, Micah Parsons still continuing his recovery. As for running back Josh Jacobs, he was on the field yesterday, did not speak to reporters. Gutekunst saying nothing has changed regarding Jacobs' off-field legal situation, so the organization says they are monitoring it, but as long as Jacobs is okay to go, he will be on the field for practice. Resumes this morning, practice does, 10:30 at Ray Nitschke Field.
The Brewers played a game on Wednesday, and that's about all we're going to talk about. It's 16-3, the final, and the Brewers off today. They will head south to Anaheim for a 3-gamer against the Halos, the Angels. That starts tomorrow. Meanwhile,
he doesn't know. Tigers fans are thinking one thing.
Thanks, Tarek.
Tigers TV there as ace Tarek Skubal departed yesterday's game in Detroit against the Orioles. He did notch his 1,000th career strikeout, reaching that mark in 857 innings. That's the fastest in franchise history, and they got a long franchise history there in Detroit. So the speculation train has left the station. Where is Skubal going to go? ESPN's Jeff Passan says it does appear the Tigers are going to be trading their ace.
They have a lot of engaged teams right now. Teams that in particular are being cited by others as being the biggest threats, though, the Milwaukee Brewers, who have a tremendous farm system, and of course, Phil, the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Well, yes, of course. You can't have a trade nowadays without the Dodgers getting their grubby paws all over things. We will see. Nothing official yet. Of course, the trade deadline is Monday, 5 p.m., and as we've heard, it may come down to that 11th hour. We'll talk with Tim Dillard at Brewers 360 coming up in the next hour for more on that and more Brewers. 7:50.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Shopping for new windows and doors should never include haggling. Pella sticks to straightforward pricing, honest conversations, helping homeowners find the right fit for their home, and they never use high-pressure sales tactics. When you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, the same team that manufactures your windows and doors also sells, installs, and services them. Real pricing, premium quality, and no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Just like we help you avoid traffic backups, Sewer Ninjas helps homeowners avoid sewer backups with camera inspections, drain cleaning, and trenchless repairs. Learn more at sewerninjas.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Traffic brought to you by Sewer Ninjas. Visit them at sewerninjas.com. Debbie, what's the word?
We got westbound 94 backing up just about at 35th Street all the way to Hawley Road, then back on the brakes just west of the Zoo Interchange to Calhoun. Eastbound backing up from just about 68th Street to 35th. Northbound 4394, that's slowing down around the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. Once you get past that, you're good to go into the Marquette. Southbound on 43, got some backups from Good Hope Road down to about Bender Road. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Mostly sunny, warm 86 today, 68 tonight. Rain chances arrive late on Friday, 80 your high. They continue into the early Saturday morning hours, then mostly cloudy 75, 74 sun on Sunday, more sun Monday with a high of 78 degrees. Right now in Milwaukee, it's 71. Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Tausch is off this week. We welcome in ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde as day 2 of camp in Green Bay. Just a few hours away here. We'll touch on that in a sec, Wilde, but I did want to get your thoughts on a former Packers running back and Packers running back great, Ahman Green, revealing his Parkinson's disease diagnosis. He was on the Go Long podcast yesterday talking about that. Second big-name Packer to reveal this diagnosis in the last few years, and certainly did not expect to hear that yesterday.
Yeah, terrible news, no doubt about it. I was just saying this to Mark Chimura over on ESPN Milwaukee. Like, I've covered this league now 31 years, so I've covered a lot of players. And I look back on some of the stuff that was going on early in my career, and the fact that it never dawned on me how dangerous or flat out stupid it was about this game. Like, there's a story, Don Beebe got a concussion and was knocked out cold in the first half of the game against Detroit at Lambeau Field. And then he came back, and at the end of the game caught the game-winning touchdown. And I can go back and find my old story in the Wisconsin State Journal about this, incredibly heroic. He was unconscious in the first half, and he caught the game-winning touchdown. And now I look at that and go, how stupid were we to think that it was a good idea that someone who was unconscious earlier in the game is back out on the field. So I hope fans understand, yes, these guys get paid exorbitant amounts of money and everything else, but it is a dangerous game they play for our entertainment.
Wilde, day one of camp in the books. You were out there, of course. Any key takeaway from the first day of practice for you, or anything that you heard from Matt LaFleur or Brian Gutekunst?
Yeah, more on the heard from, because these practices yesterday, today, and tomorrow, again, a big difference from the quote-unquote olden days. Tausch's first camp, they were in pads twice a day for the first 4 days in a row, in the morning and the afternoon. Here, this is basically like an off-season practice today and yesterday and tomorrow. So not a lot of on-field takeaways, but, we spent a lot of time talking to Tucker Kraft and about the idea of his contract extension, which feels like it's a priority but isn't imminent at this point. And I'm curious how long that'll take, because that's obviously a really important piece. And then, the one thing that's really interesting to me is how they've chosen to go about the kicking situation. They've got rookie Trey Smack, their sixth-round pick, and they basically cleared the decks for him. They had two guys that kicked in games that counted last year on their teams. Brandon McManus, who they released in May, and then Lucas Havrisik, who's going to be the answer to a great trivia question. Who holds the Packers record for the longest successful field goal in team history? It's going to be Lucas Havrisik at 61 yards. They released him on the eve of camp. So the competition is now German export Lenny Krieg, who is an international player. I don't think it's realistic to think he's going to be the opening day kicker. So they basically set their young kicker up for growing pains, but also for being the guy from start to finish.
Jason, wanted to ask, and it may be hard to deduce, as you mentioned, it's so early, but we, of course, saw how the season ended last year. A lot of speculation and uncertainty over head coach Matt LaFleur ultimately gets that contract extension to stick around. Did you notice he seems to have more conviction about him, a little bit more authority, given all that uncertainty we went into the offseason with last year?
Yeah, you're right. It is hard to deduce just from one day. But I will say this, and I actually asked him about this, because he brought this up in the offseason about how there were guys that were unhappy with their roles, and it, quote, took a toll on our football team. And what I wanted to explore with him and did was, so do you change how you go about your job? Because he is a player's coach. One of the reasons why he's still the coach, by the way, is because so many of their players went to Ed Policy, the team president, and said, hey, look, it's not him, it was us. Like, he should still be the coach here. But I asked him that, and his point was, no, but we have to be clear about guys' roles. And if you don't like your role, that is up to you to change it. We don't want belly aching and complaining. If you're not happy with the role you play on this team, it's up to you to do more to convince us to give you more of an opportunity. And I think that might be one way that he has changed, to be a little more stern in that area.
One thing, too, I was curious, Wilde, we don't hear from Goody all that often. I think the last time we heard from him was the draft. Anything that he said that stood out to you?
Well, I mean, first of all, I agree. I mean, and one of my frustrations, I always tell this story, but like, I called Ron Wolf every day. I would talk to his assistant, Jeannie Bruette, leave a message. Ron would call me back every single time. He never lied to me. He may have told me, Jason, I'm not telling you that. But we don't talk to Goody enough. We should talk to him more. But no, I will say this. He thinks he's got a really good football team. And he wasn't going to say the word Super Bowl, but you can tell when a guy's not as confident in his roster, and he's very confident in his roster. I'm eager to see if he's right.
ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde with us on a Thursday. Thanks, Jason.
All right, guys, have a good one. Take care. Be good.
You as well. 7:59.
One great day of golf can change lives. Join me, Steve Scaffidi, and my co-host Kristen Bry on Monday, August 31st for the Salvation Army of Milwaukee County Swing for the Kettle Golf Invitational at Oakwood Park Golf Course in Franklin.
Your participation directly supports food, shelter, and life-changing programs for children and families throughout our community.
We'll be broadcasting live from the course, but the day is really about you getting golfers and sponsors together to make a difference.
Foursomes, individual golfers, and sponsors are all welcome. Reserve your spot today at samilwaukee.org. That's samilwaukee.org.
You're in charge of ordering boxes. Small boxes, really big boxes. You're in charge of tape, labels, mailers, bubble wrap, extra bubble wrap, just for fun. You're in charge of warehouse cleaning and safety supplies. Good thing there's Uline. Thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline makes it easy because you already do enough. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
8:01, I'm Adam Roberts in for Vince Vitrano. It's Wisconsin's morning news for Thursday, July 30th. Our top story, oil and gas price spike fears as tensions rise in Iran.
I'm Neil Doyle in for Eric Bilstad. A long delay leads to 2 emergency dispatchers on leave.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, and looking like we've got delays around the area. We got northbound on 4394 backing up around the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. Part of the problem, we do have a broken down vehicle on the southbound side of 4394 just as you're making your way out of the Mitchell interchange. Also, westbound 94 backing up 35th Street to Hawley Road. More delays west of Highway 100 all the way past Sunny Slope Road. The eastbound side's backing up from just before Hawley Road to 35th Street. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, mostly sunny, warm, high of 86, 68 your overnight low. Right now, 71 in Milwaukee and sunny at 8:02. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, oil and gas prices poised to climb again. This as the war against Iran is appearing to widen. The stock market plunging to one of its worst days in a year on Wednesday. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
The stock market is looking to rebound this morning after a major sell-off. The Dow plunging 1,100 points. It was the worst day since April 2025. That was after President Trump had announced his sweeping tariffs. Wall Street investors are worried that the Federal Reserve is not acting fast enough right now to tame rising prices. Under the new chairman, Kevin Warsh, the Fed kept interest rates unchanged, but 3 Fed officials disagreed with that. They said rates should go up now to try to bring down those high prices.
Currently, crude oil selling at $84.25 a barrel. President Donald Trump initially saying the war with Iran would be over in 4 to 6 weeks. The war now entering its 6th month.
2 Milwaukee emergency dispatchers now on administrative leave after a 99-year-old woman waited nearly 3 hours, according to authorities, to get help while someone was attacking her inside of her home. Officials say the woman's life alert system contacted 911 3 separate times, but no officers were sent. Here's part of the 911 recording obtained by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel.
Am I able to take them off hold for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, are you able to hear me?
Police say the woman then later called 911 herself, prompting an immediate response. She was taken to the hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. Authorities say a 22-year-old man was arrested. The city says the incident is under investigation.
Donations pouring in as communities in the Fox Valley continue cleaning up from this week's EF3 tornado. Village of Fox Crossing police officer Dan Wickman outlining what is currently needed in their communities.
Non-perishable food, Gatorade, protein drinks, disposable plates like utensils, cups, garbage bags, trash grabbers, personal protective equipment like work gloves, safety glasses, hearing protection, safety vests, hygiene products, skin-sensitive items appreciated.
If you'd like to learn more about what you can do for recovery efforts, text the word tornado to the Citing Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620.
And that tornado this week destroying a polling location in Fox Crossing with the primary less than 2 weeks away. Fox Crossing Village Manager Jeff Sturgill.
So all the residents who would normally be voting at the community center, that building is too damaged. We can't use it. So we're going through the process now. So I just want to put that note out there for anybody who is a community center voter. You know who you are. Please know that you will be voting at the Pentecostals of Fox Cities Church.
Again, Sturgill reiterating voters will use that different polling location for the August 11th primary.
The Senate Judiciary Committee was expected to vote today on Todd Blanche's nomination to be the new Attorney General full-time, but ABC's Stephen Portnoy says that's no longer happening.
The scheduled committee vote was scrapped, with two of the panel's GOP members saying they're not ready to support Todd Blanche's bid. Tom Tillis and John Cornyn say they want to see it in writing. A pledge from the AG nominee that the administration's anti-weaponization fund is truly dead. Blanche has repeatedly said the fund is not moving forward, but the Republican holdouts have said that's not enough. They've also got concerns about Blanche's sweeping order barring audits targeting Trump or his family.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 8:06. News is brought to you by Pivot Work Injury Law. Worn down by work? Contact Pivot Work Injury Law today.
Access Legal is now Pivot Work Injury Law, a new name that better reflects our sole focus on helping Wisconsin's injured workers. We have the same mission, the same team, and the same dedication to helping those hurt at work. Our team has handled thousands of cases, recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin's injured workers, and remains committed to fighting for the benefits you deserve. If work has taken a toll on your body or your quality of life, turn to the team you already know and trust. Visit pivotworkinjurylaw.com today.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margle Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
Buy one pizza today, get a second pizza free at the Amazing Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford and in Oshkosh. Don't cook, don't even think about it. You don't need to clean up either. Call, order, and pick up shortly, or just walk in for your free Thursday pizza, mineshaft.restaurant.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:07.
A stretch of northbound I-94 in Oak Creek back open this morning after a deadly crash in the overnight hours. A man in his 20s killed when his vehicle collided with a semi on the freeway near Rawson. The road closed for hours while investigators worked the scene, and the cause still under investigation.
Forensic scientists moving into a new Milwaukee crime lab. The facility has been nationally accredited with upgraded evidence processing bays, forensic studios, and toxicology labs. Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul says this opens Milwaukee to new possibilities in forensic science.
Whether that is adopting probabilistic genotyping for DNA analysis or bringing online new toxicology technology that allows for substances to be detected at lower concentrations.
The new lab is located next to the Medical College of Wisconsin, will also become the new site for the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
As there have been multiple allegations within the Milwaukee Police Department of misusing their license plate camera reader system, Flock, Public mistrust of AI may be morphing into opposition to a state-of-the-art crime-fighting tool.
Flock is the biggest of the ALPR companies, and its CEO understands the public's privacy concerns. But
once they understand what the technology actually does,
Flock's Garrett Langley says,
most people go, this makes a lot of sense. I want my kids to be safe.
The latest headwind facing his company is coming from Washington. Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky plans to introduce legislation to defund any police department that uses license plate reading cameras. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 8:09.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA and founder of the Neal Group, with over 40 years of experience saving clients money. Well, tax time is over. How did 2025 turn out? Did you make the right moves to minimize your taxes? What about 2026? The new tax laws have a few surprises. At the Neal Group, we know what those laws are and how to minimize your taxes to keep more money in your pocket. Since 1984, we have helped thousands of taxpayers pay the least amount of tax legally possible. Just ask Mark, who saved over $13,000 with our suggestions. Call us at 414-325-2040 and ask about tax planning. We will take a look at your last 3 years of returns to see if we can get you more money back, like we did for Mark. We also show you how you can save on taxes going forward. You earned it. We help you keep it. Give us a call at 414-325-2040 and ask for a complimentary consultation or visit nealgroup.net. That's NEAL group.net.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
8:11. Let's get a look at the roads. Been a relatively quiet morning so far, Deb. Is that still hold and serve right now?
Yeah, so far, so good. But if anything happens, I'm going to blame you. Southbound.
That's fair. That's very fair. I've done this to myself.
Yes, exactly. Southbound 43, we got backups from Good Hope Road to Bender Road. Northbound 4394, tightening up out of the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. Southbound on 41, that's going to be slow from Appleton Avenue past Capitol, with the northbound side slowing from Mayfair Road past Capitol as well. Westbound 94, that's going to be heavy right through the stadium interchange as usual, past Hawley Road. And then you're back on the brakes just west of Highway 100, and that'll take you all the way to Calhoun. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, mostly sunny, 86 your high today, partly cloudy down to 68 overnight. Humidity dials up a touch on Friday. We'll see rain move into the area late, 80 degrees the high. It continues into early Saturday, then we dry out 75, sunny, 74 on Sunday. Start the work week Monday, sunny and 78. Milwaukee right now at 73 degrees.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Adam Roberts and Neil Doyle.
And a great Thursday morning to you. Adam Roberts, Neil Doyle in for Vince and Eric. They will be back in the saddle on Monday. We got Debbie monitoring the roads, Greg Pancake Hill producing the program today, and Nazir Spencer handling business in the WTMJ Breaking News Center. I want to continue this conversation now on the story we first brought to you in the 6 o'clock hour as questions are unfolding that need answers after 2 911 dispatchers in the city of Milwaukee currently are suspended. Audio has now been released of an attack on a 99-year-old woman who seems to have waited for 3 hours for authorities to respond to her home during a home invasion alleged to be committed by a 22-year-old man near 14th and Cudahy. This happening on the city's south side early in the morning on Monday. Wanted to welcome in the alderman for that area, Scott Spiker. He's with us on the hotline. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you.
Glad to have you with us. You've heard the audio yourself. We played it earlier in the show, also had it in the 8 o'clock news. Just initial thoughts, what went through your mind as you first heard those call recordings?
Oh, I was horrified. I mean, this poor woman, somebody's mother, somebody's grandmother, the suffering she went through and the utter failure to offer a response to help her was just horrible.
Yeah, I think we've heard in the days following Alderman Spiker that the Department of Emergency Communications is now obviously investigating this incident. Two of the dispatchers have been placed on leave pending this investigation. I know you chair the Public Safety and Health Committee. Are you hoping to get a full report on this to kind of dive into what exactly happened?
Yeah, certainly. We need to have answers about how something like this could happen. Since you've listened to the calls, you've known that second call, there's no ambiguity at all that somebody's suffering, somebody's in pain, somebody's being beaten, and they need a response. We need answers to see why that response wasn't forthcoming, and there can be no excuse at all for the victim having to sit there and suffer and not get a response for 3 hours. That's just completely unacceptable.
Alderman Scott Spiker with us on Wisconsin's Morning News. Alderman, you hear from constituents all the time. They have obviously several concerns about not just issues like this, but others as well. But I personally have had issues in the past when I've dialed 911 for an incident I'm trying to report, and it seems like the response time over the years has gotten longer and longer and longer. If a resident dials 911 in your district tonight and wanted to ask for reassurance, what could you honestly tell them?
I honestly would have to tell them that there is a problem here that we have to get to the bottom of, because in this case, it doesn't sound that the call was coded properly, so no dispatch was ordered in the first two calls. If the police aren't called, they can't respond, whether quickly or not. So the dispatch, the communication from the call center has to be correct. Otherwise, the police aren't on their way. And that appears to be what has happened here.
Alderman Spiker, I know the Department of Emergency Communications, kind of a relatively new agency. It was kind of created to be a standalone agency. It's been around for over a year now. But now, are there any concerns that with this agency that maybe how the department has been implemented over this year? Will that be part of the discussion as well?
Yeah, we'll definitely look at all the issues here. And one thing to note is this Department of Emergency Communications was created in part because we had horrible issues with staffing, very slow time that it took to answer calls, things of that nature. That's improved tremendously. So now we are staffed up. We are taking calls. We have a quarterly report at my committee that's showing we're taking calls faster than ever. But once you take the call, you have to make the right decision. And what led to the incorrect decisions being made here, that's what needs to be investigated. Was it human error? Was it not following the policies? Was there an inadequate training? Or does it go deeper than that? That's what we need to find out.
I know that the Common Council is due to go into August recess shortly, but in your opinion, is there a way that a review of this can be done? You've stressed the urgency of getting these issues, if they exist, fixed. Is there a way to get this review done in a quicker timeline, or are we looking at September before we could get this before committee?
The August recess means it'll be difficult to get a quorum to have a meeting, but just because we don't have a meeting, I'm not going on recess. This is a number one issue for me. So I'm in communications with the director of the Department of Emergency Communications, with the police department, the fire department, and we need answers. And there is an investigation ongoing, so that precludes us from making a final determination until that investigation is complete. But we need the reports of that investigation to see exactly what happened, and action needs to happen now. It can't wait a month.
Alderman Scott Spiker with us this morning on Wisconsin's Morning News. Appreciate you hopping on. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye.
It's 8:18 on Wisconsin's Morning News, and this story touches on a lot of different perspectives, Neil, because you have the perspective of someone like the alderman whose job it is to hear about things like this and respond in kind. You then have the timeline of how long that could take. People want action done right away. You also just have the emotion, and you mentioned it off the front. If that was your mother or your grandmother, your great-grandmother, 99-year-old woman, and the call doesn't leave it too much discretion. It's very blunt. It's raw audio. It's honestly quite hard to hear. But if that's what it takes to get an issue that maybe underlying has existed for years and years and years of overloaded dispatchers, people who maybe made a mistake, maybe it's an isolated incident, but as I mentioned, I have had experience placing 911 calls for something that should, because I don't live too far away from an MPD district, you'd think it's not going to take someone that long to respond, and it just doesn't always happen.
Yeah, and I think for people like yourself or others that have had, maybe a rough experience dialing 911 before, I think this story maybe brings that to the forefront again for some of those individuals. But then even for those out there that maybe haven't called 911, I think it puts into maybe a little bit of fear, knowing that if you do need to call for emergency help, I think some residents probably going to be concerned hearing this story this week. So yeah, how this all kind of unfolds, we'll have to see.
It was interesting. The Journal Sentinel, which was the first to report, I'll shout out David Clary. I've worked with David before on events in the past. He and I served on a press club, newsmakers luncheon panel together. He does great work over for the paper. He was on this basically right from the get-go late Monday. He was in communication with the director of DEC, is a man named Tony Bueno. And while there's a lot of declining to comment, we're still waiting for the investigation to play out. He did stress that, the 911 call is pretty black and white. It does not leave much room for interpretation. And he admitted as much, that it's very clear a mistake was made. Now we'll see if a mistake will be corrected. 8:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Let's get a look at the roads. Debbie Lazaga, how's it shaking?
Well, things are still slowing down. We've got southbound 43 backing up a bit from about Good Hope Road to Bender Road. After that, you're good to go into the Marquette. Northbound, just a little pocket of heavy traffic from Howard Avenue to Oklahoma Avenue. Very doable. Westbound 94 is a bit backed up right through the Stadium interchange to about Hawley Road. Couple pockets of heavy traffic west of Highway 100, making your way to about Calhoun. There's a broken down vehicle off on the right shoulder there, so just something to keep in mind. Eastbound's backed up from Hawley Road to 35th, and then southbound 41 backed up from Appleton Avenue to Capitol, northbound from Mayfair Road to Capitol. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
This message reaches 1 million people or more every week. Spreading the gospel is more than one voice speaking to 1 million. It is and must continue to be 1 million voices, each speaking to one, pointing them to our friend Jesus.
The Lutheran Hour with Dr. Michael Ziegler.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with a new LiftMaster or CHI maintenance-free garage door. Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. A study by Remodelers Magazine reports that the average return on investment is an amazing 82%. Garage doors rank first among all home improvement projects. To see Geiss's huge selection of doors, visit their showroom in Brookfield, or you can also visit their online showroom at geissdoors.com. Geis has everything from alley doors to custom wood designer doors and everything in between. Remember, for all your garage door needs, you call Geis at 262-784-4250. That number again, 262-784-4250. It's Geis. Visit them online at geisdoors.com.
Don't think twice. Call Geis.
The only thing better than a ball game on a warm summer evening? The tailgate. Calling all fans. Saturday, August 29th is WTMJ Day, our tailgate outside American Family Field. Come meet the WTMJ team before the Brewers take on the Rangers. WTMJ Day is presented by Big Fish Contracting and Woodman's, also catered by Left's Lucky Town. For more information, head to WTMJ.com or text tailgate to 855-616-1620 right now.
Traffic is sponsored by the Delafield Brewhouse in the heart of Lake Country. Heading to the game? Grab a growler, howler, or can of your favorite craft brew at the Delafield Brewhouse. Having a party? Quarter and half barrels are also available. The Delafield Brewhouse.
8:25, Wisconsin's Morning News. Adam Roberts, Neil Doyle in the seats today for Vinny and Eric. Neil, you're a City of Milwaukee guy, right?
I am.
I don't want to dox you. I don't want to have people lining up outside your house, but every summer it seems like the City of Milwaukee is road construction central.
Oh, yes.
Certainly by me. They're doing lead lateral rework right now, which is very important. Obviously, that's a big thing the city has been pushing the last few years, getting the old lead lines out, new ones in, want to have safe drinking water. That's fine. But it is still a bit of a burden knowing that the street in front of you is not only inaccessible, but also there's clouds of dust everywhere. And so back to my point, have you dealt with any construction by your place?
On my direct street, nothing too major, but a couple of blocks by me, yes, a lot of different road work going on.
So typically, at least for the work that's being done on our street, it's pretty common practice for the Department of Public Works weeks before. They'll drop a little leaflet in your mailbox. I got one on our doorknob and multiple pamphlets actually regarding this project well before it was going to happen. And then sure enough, about a week later, there were all the heavy machines and the work began. But that's typical. You expect warning, you expect a heads up when part of the road is going to be closed. Well, on the south side of Milwaukee, a pair of alders, Jocasta Zamaripa and Peter Bergelis, are claiming that We Energies, separate from the Department of Public Works, closed access to portions of roads, which the south side is construction hell right now, and that's just facts. But these alders are alleging that road access on Lincoln Avenue was closed without any notice to the city, businesses, or residents, restricting access to the tow lot, a self-help center, and operations yard for DPW. They also claim We Energies failed to notify residents of project work in June around 16th and National, and they're now saying they're going to issue a citation from the city to We Energies for not following ordinance. Meanwhile, We Energies, in documents that I've been able to obtain, says, no, we did everything exactly like we were supposed to. They did note in one of the permits that they say they filed, there is a clerical error. We were talking about the Micah Parsons clerical error yesterday. Here's another one. So they put a number 2 in as far as the addresses of where things are supposed to be done on Lincoln. They put a 2 where they meant to put a 3. And so they were a half mile away from where the actual work was being done. But they say they filed the permits exactly like they were supposed to. And then they also was able to obtain letters sent to businesses as well as to area residents that they say they gave in proper time. So little bit of he said, she said. But coming up later on this hour, we will answer that important question. Do you need a news conference to announce that you're filing an ordinance with a utility company? We'll explore that in about a half hour. 8:28 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Lots to come still on the program. We got Brewers 360 on the other side of the news. Tim Dillard, our guest in the house today. Also, it's the weekend, baby. Well, almost. It's weekend eve. WTMJ's Sandy Maxx with us for her usual Thursday look ahead to everything you need to know to have the best weekend you can. 8:28, news straight ahead.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow for the City of Hope Cancer Center in Zion, one of the largest and most advanced cancer centers in the country. Here to share the healing message you are invited to be part of to support people fighting cancer right now.
Especially dealing with cancer, words fail them.
Dr. Alexandria Callahan leads City of Hope's Behavioral Health Department. She says healing is not just physical, it can also come through creativity.
A lot of people, as they're navigating through cancer, say, I've lost that vibrancy. How can we bring it back to life? Feel that peace.
This month, City of Hope is bringing that message to southeastern Wisconsin through its Artistic Expressions of Hope campaign. It features public chalk art installations in 9 locations, including Kenosha. Research highlighting the benefits of creative arts therapies shows they can significantly reduce anxiety and depression and improve quality of life for cancer patients, reinforcing the value of this initiative.
City of Hope has a very unique approach because we do have integrative care. I had one patient, she had ovarian cancer and that was her life. She was an art teacher, and after she got diagnosed, she said that all of her artwork started to become just black. We would talk about the drawings and she'd be like, nope, they're still ugly. They're still black. And eventually that color started to reemerge. And when she went into remission, her husband actually rented a gallery space, put up all of the pictures around there and invited their family and friends to share her cancer journey. That's just absolutely incredible.
For caregivers and loved ones, creativity can be as simple as coloring together, listening to music, or a quiet moment. Those small acts can provide comfort and connection. City of Hope leaders are proud of the community art installation in Kenosha this month. You can take part too with the hashtag #HopeLivesHere and post it on social media. The hashtag again is #HopeLivesHere. City of Hope Cancer Center is just south of the state line in Zion. Visit cityofhope.org. That's cityofhope.org.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The prices we're paying 3.7% higher in June compared to last year. It's according to the gauge favored by the Fed, which just voted to hold interest rates steady, but 3 Fed governors eyeing inflation voted to boost the rates. The first look at America's economy from April through June shows sluggish growth. GDP up by an annual rate of just 1.5%. It was over 2% earlier this year. Meantime, more attacks in the Middle East.
A heavy wave of American airstrikes on Iran, the first in nearly a week. Central Command saying dozens of military targets were hit, including command centers, missile facilities, and maritime capabilities.
ABC's Karen Hua in D.C., Jordan this morning saying it intercepted 5 Iranian missiles. Actor George Clooney now says he and his family were among the hundreds of thousands of people who had to evacuate ahead of raging wildfires in France. Tens of thousands have been given the okay to return home. This is ABC News.
Things along northbound 45. This is right near the Hale interchange. Getting onto the Rock Freeway northbound, we've got the right lane blocked with a crash. So that's going to be affecting your ride. We've also got westbound 94 backing up 35th Street to Hawley Road, and again from Moreland to Calhoun, where there is a broken down vehicle on the right shoulder. It's far enough off the roadway that it's not going to cause too much of an issue. Just something to keep in mind. Eastbound, we do have delays from about just before Hawley Road to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, mostly sunny, warm, 86 today, partly cloudy, 68 your overnight low. May notice some wildfire smoke high in the air. Nothing going to be getting down to surface level. No air quality issues today. Just something you may notice. Right now, Milwaukee, mostly sunny and 74 at 8:32. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, overnight a man dead after a crash on I-94 in Oak Creek that shut down the freeway for hours. A 20-year man in his 20s, killed when his vehicle collided with a semi. This on the freeway near Rawson. The cause of that crash remains under investigation.
A conservative law firm taking UW-Madison to court over race-based scholarships. The Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty filed a lawsuit claiming at least 20 university scholarships and grants unlawfully use race as an eligibility factor. UW-Madison saying it has vigorously defended its scholarship practices and maintains they comply with state and federal law.
Wisconsin's Act 10 law will remain in effect after a new ruling from the State Court of Appeals.
The court overturned a Dane County judge's decision that struck down the 2011 law,
which limits collective bargaining rights for most public employees and requires many to contribute more toward their health insurance and retirement benefit. The law, championed by former Governor Scott Walker, sparked weeks of protests at the state capitol when it was passed. The lawsuit argues the law unfairly exempts firefighters and some other public safety workers. Unions are expected to appeal the decision to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
You might have noticed some activity last night in the Deer District. Well, it was one of the world-famous Budweiser Clydesdales.
The famous horse met fans in Milwaukee last night before heading to Ozaki. Champ, the 10-year-old Clydesdale, is one of the 8 giant horses visiting the state this week. The iconic beer ambassadors became a mascot of the Anheuser-Busch Company in 1933. For over 90 years, they have appeared in commercials, festivals, and parades. You can visit the Budweiser Clydesdales at the Ozaki County Fair until August 2nd. Jen Gregg, WTMJ News.
Still no word from the mayor's office if the Clydesdale impacted the turnout for the budget hearing session. If you did miss last night's session, by the way, another one coming up later this evening. Time now for news about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. We were wondering how stocks would respond after a rough day on Wall Street yesterday. Well, right now, a bit of a mixed bag. Actually, markets kind of all over the place. They started out very low at the opening bell, then we were up, then we were down in just the first few minutes. Right now, everybody in the green. The Dow up about 0.5%, up 282 points at 51,877. The NASDAQ, the big winner so far. It's still very early, but up 1.33%, up 415 points, 24,858. And the S&P 500, 66 points in the green at 7,382. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:35.
Gruber Law Office. One call, that's all.
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 Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
One call, that's all.
Traffic is sponsored by Village Bowl. This summer, skip the boredom and strike up some fun at Village Bowl in Menominee Falls. Make summer fun easy with Village Bowl Summer Pass.
Enjoy 2 hours of bowling every day for one low fee.
Great value, great fun.
Only at Village Bowl.
Turnover. It's costly, it's frustrating, it's a silent profit killer. Vince Vitrano here for Go Trago Assessment Solutions. Go Trago helps you hire the right people the first time, reducing turnover, cutting hiring costs, and improving sales. Trago TPS predictive assessments identify top performers before they're on your payroll. Auto dealers nationwide are using Trago to operate with turnover rates more than 200% lower than the industry average. Visit GoTrago.com.
It was always said about Milwaukee Brewer legend Jim Gantner that he played the game the right way.
God gave me the talent to play baseball, but it's up to me what I want to do with it.
It's just such an exciting partnership for us at Big Fish Contracting. I'm thinking there's a chance if you sign up with us, Jim Gantner may be dropping off a tube of caulk at your house.
Shingles, whatever.
See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
Hey, John Mercure here from WTMJ. When it's time for a new vehicle, I know exactly where I'm headed. It's the place I bought my last car, and I love it. It's Griffin Ford in Waukesha. We buy our vehicles there. Right now is a great time to make your move because Griffin has one of the largest selections of new Ford vehicles in Wisconsin. That means you choose the color, trim, features you want. They're right there on the lot. They don't have to bring the car in from far away. You don't have to wait. Looking for an SUV? Griffin Ford has 47 new Ford Explorers to choose from. Savings over $8,400 on select 2026 Explorer active models. Need a truck? They've got more than 60 of those beautiful Ford F-Series pickups, including the popular F-150. Plus, qualified buyers can get 0% financing for 36 months on most new Ford models. And you'll receive a 2-year, 25,000-mile maintenance package included with most new vehicles. Shop at Griffin Ford in Waukesha, where I buy my cars. It's Griffin Ford.
8:37 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Recovery efforts continuing this week across the Fox cities after this week's devastating tornado. Officials are urging patience. Crews continue to work to restore utilities, clear debris, and help hundreds of affected residents. There's still a boil water advisory for many of those residents in that area. Officials saying they hope that advisory can be lifted maybe later this week or early next week. Also a curfew still in place from 10 o'clock at night until 5 a.m. For Menasha and Fox Crossing. Now, police say that curfew is necessary to protect storm victims after officers arrested 2 people on Tuesday night who were allegedly going through part of the debris in some of the damaged neighborhoods. Menasha Police Chief Matt Albrecht saying the city will not tolerate anyone taking advantage of residents trying to recover.
We ask people to respect the victims of our city who have just gone through probably the worst day and days of their lives. We do not need people coming here or people in the city causing problems and re-victimizing them.
Now, again, officials kind of reiterating, look, a lot of people are trying to help. A lot of people have gone up to the area to try to help clear some of this debris and lend a helping hand any way possible. But again, officials are still urging people to stay out of some of those damaged neighborhoods. It's caused, maybe some headaches for utility crews that are trying to get some of that debris out of there, trying to restore power, clear some of those roadways. So again, there are ways to help, but just kind of flooding some of those neighborhoods that were just absolutely torn through, it's making some of the rehabilitation effort a little bit tougher. So they are still reiterating that. Beginning today, emergency management teams also will begin some preliminary damage assessments, again, trying to determine the exact cost of destruction. Governor Evers, of course, has issued a storm disaster declaration. It's going to be an ongoing effort. Obviously, I know we're a couple of days removed, but it's going to take a while for that area to really fully recover. Shelters are still open as well. We've got all the details. If you want to provide some relief, help with the recovery efforts, we've got all the information. If you text the word tornado to the WTMJ Siding Unlimited talk and text line, 855-616-1620, you can find all the details there.
8:40 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Coming up, we got Brewers 360 with our guy Tim Dillard. The Tarek Skubal era in Detroit at least appears to be over. What would it take to get him here, or the Dodgers just going to Dodger? We'll ask Tim that next. But first, let's get a look at the roads. Debbie Lazaga, how are things going? We had that crash. I think it was not on the freeway, but close to the Hale, right?
Yeah, it was an accident northbound on, well, okay, let's try this again. It is on the on-ramp from 45 northbound to the Rock Freeway. Just before you get to the Hale interchange, the right lane of that ramp is blocked right now. Crews are on the scene trying to help out with it. It's not really affecting things too much since the volume's relatively light in that area, but just something definitely to keep an eye out for. Westbound 94, we do have backups from just past 30th Street to Hawley Road. Eastbound from Hawley Road to 35th. Southbound 43, really the only delay we've got is from Good Hope Road to Bender. Southbound 41 from Appleton Avenue past Capitol Drive, with the northbound side hitting the brakes from Mayfair Road to Burleigh, and then again right past Silver Spring. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Slide into your neighborhood Century Food Store to score the freshest produce, tastiest treats, and everything in between. Now through Wednesday, save on Old Dutch Tortilla, Crunch, or Ripples chips or salsa, 2 for $5.50. 8-ounce selected varieties, Essential Everyday Shredded or Chunk Cheese, 2 for $4. Whole seedless watermelon, $3.99. Fresh 85% lean ground beef, $4.99 a pound.
It's a long fly ball.
What?
Safe.
Every time I scan, what is happening?
A leaping grab at the wall.
Okay, fine, I'll play. Get a load of this watermelon. And here's the pitch.
Please wait for assistance.
Win Century Foods Ultimate Fan Experiences at Milwaukee baseball games. Throw out the first pitch, hold the ribbon for the Johnsonville famous sausage race, or watch batting practice from the field.
Ooh, what do I do?
Complete the entry form in Century's weekly ad and return to the store.
Oh, no, what happened here?
Oh, self-checkout couldn't handle my heater. Here, I filled out my entry form. Gotta go. Have a great day.
I'll go get the mop.
Enter by August 5th.
When it comes to simple, affordable home improvements, at Lester's Glass, you'll find an array of options. Like for bath remodeling, adding a new glass shower door, embeveling the edges of your mirrors, or simply having us install new mirrors to any living space in your home can add a touch of elegance and depth that can really turn a room's frown upside down. Or maybe you're thinking new cabinet doors. Before you write that check, Find out how we can make your ordinary cabinet doors beautiful with a variety of glass insert options that can be easily installed into your existing wood cabinets and make a world of difference. And before you pay for new windows, call us to see if our affordable insulated glass replacement services can't save you a few bucks. This is Stacy Sinks with Less's Glass Service. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and mirror home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Less's Glass. Less's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
Behind every breaking headline, there's a reporter whose perspective deserves to be heard. This is WTMJ's Adam Roberts. Join me Sunday mornings at 10 on Reporter's Notebook as we break down the news from the lens of the reporter and analyze stories that deserve closer inspection. We'll also give you a behind-the-scenes look at what goes into a reporter's job and how the news you hear every day comes together.
Bringing you the story behind the story. It's Reporter's Notebook, Sunday mornings at 10 on WTMJ.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
No, he doesn't know. Tigers fans are thinking one thing. Thanks, Tarek.
A rousing ovation for Tarek Skubal, Tigers ace, says it may be the end of that era in Detroit. What does the era hold, and does it include a road trip to American Family Field? We'll dive into it now on Brewers 360, sponsored by Potawatomi Sportsbook and Ridgetop Exteriors. Joining us on the WTMJ YouTube channel, if you text WATCH to 855-616-1620, you'll see the shiny bearded mug of one Tim Dillard. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How we doing?
Doing all right. Hey, we'll get into trade deadline, X's and O's, yada, yada, just a sec. But I did want to get your thoughts. I know we're almost a week removed from it, but the Legends game last week at American Family Field certainly seemed like a rousing success. I know you were a part of a little bit of history there.
Guys, we have breaking news.
Oh,
an in-game trade.
We're very happy to have acquired Tim Dillard for a 2035 first-round pick.
So what makes more sense, Tim? A 2035 first-round pick or cash considerations? What do you value yourself at more?
Well, clearly I was not wanted by Gord or Doug. Yeah, dead weight, I guess. I don't know. They're both kind of bad. Cash considerations feel like you can do. Yeah, you could do more with it now, I guess, than 2035 pick. But I had no idea that was coming. I was like, what are we doing right now? Carlos Villanueva had warmed up. There were 2 outs. He's about to play catch. And all of a sudden, my name's being yelled over the Jumbotron. I was like, what is happening right now?
Yeah, we got to work on your vertical a little bit on those fly ball shaggings. But thoughts in general just on the game. I know the crowd seemed into it. The Randy Wolf home run was very unexpected. It got me hands up here in the newsroom watching that go down live.
I think it was a bigger success than the home run derby. The feedback I've gotten from a lot of fans on social media and at the ballpark was the fact that they get to see guys pitch and play the outfield, even if it was poorly, like me. If I make that play, people are going crazy.
Oh yeah.
If I don't make that play, they just point and laugh at me. So either way, that's a success, right? It takes a lot of courage to look like a fool.
And no one got hurt.
But yeah, no one got hurt. And Wolf, I think, was probably the most prepared. He pitched really good. He was running well. He hit, obviously. So he really tried out for it. But I think it would be even better next year. I think it should be a little bit longer, maybe 5 innings or an hour. Have 2 different jerseys, have 2 different dugouts.
True.
And the guys that did it this year are going to know what to expect for next year. So I think we're just scratching the surface on what this could be, because the feedback from the fans was it was great. People crying that they got to see Ben Sheets pitching again, or Jeff Jenkins taking swings in the box like that. That's a big deal. That's a lot of nostalgia. So to even be a small part of that, I was very thankful, but I would love to do it again.
Hey, looking at the current Brewers on the field, West Coast swing right now, Tim, and kind of a tough one in San Francisco. Dropped 2 of 3, clunker last night. You had to have Andrew Vaughn come in and pitch. What is the atmosphere like in the dugout in games like that? And, doesn't happen very often for our Brewers where we're kind of getting lopsided in the opposite direction. But when you have to have a positional player come in, it's a rough game. Just what are the vibes?
Yeah, it can go one or two ways. It's usually pretty depressing at times, but you got to make it fun somehow. So even though you're losing, doesn't mean there isn't some bright sides. If Andrew Vaughn's on the mound for the first time, like guys are on the top step checking it out. Supporting their guy out there because he's going out there because things have not gone well at all. I remember there was a game that was kind of like this earlier in the year, and I can't remember exactly what Gary Sanchez did, but he did something. I don't know if he was like challenging or on a pitch that was like in the dirt or something. I forgot what it was, but it kind of just broke the tension of how awful the situation was, and everybody started laughing. And I think it was just veteran leadership of trying to go, listen, this happens. We're going to lose. It doesn't matter if you lose by 1 or 30. It's still a loss in the book. So let's just have some fun at the end here and worry about the next game. And I think that was a little bit of – I think that's what position players can bring sometimes, a little bit of levity to a bad situation.
Tim Dillard with us on Brewers 360. So despite dropping 2 of 3, we are still, your Milwaukee Brewers, in a very solid position, just a game back of LA for that top spot right there with them. You've got some separation from the Cubs in the division. But it is trade deadline time. I will say, we've talked a lot about some very obvious names that are going to be pursued. Brewers, according to multiple reports, in the hunt for a guy like Tarek Skubal. I want you, Tim, though, to answer this for me because I've been wrestling with this myself. Do you pursue a guy who's going to be a rental? He's not expected to be back here for more than a cup of coffee 3-month period. Or do you prioritize, if you're Matt Arnold and the Brewers front office, maintaining, we love to talk about how highly touted our farm system is, and the Tigers are going to command a haul for a guy that you're not going to be able to keep longer than this stretch from now to the end of the postseason. So do you trust what you've built, or do you see that shiny prize and think we could have 3 guys, Skubal, Miz, possibly Kyle Harrison, that makes a very formidable roster of starters that can go 6+ innings in the postseason?
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Right.
I will say this, though. Matt Arnold has made moves that he thought would help the club get over the hump every year. I can't think of one that made a huge splash, right? Like, oh, that was that guy. He did really well. Mark Canha did really well down the stretch. You look at most of the good trades, they happened way before the deadline. Andrew Vaughn, that was legit. Willie Adames, that was huge. But there's been big trade deadline acquisition, I don't think, in the last however many years. So is this the year that he does it? It could be. And who cares if it's a rental? CC Sabathia was a rental, and we still talk about him. So I think it could be the time to make the big splash and to go for it. And they've locked up all the guys they want to keep. I think they've all locked up those young players that they're like, all right, these guys are untouchable. Go find somebody else. And I think they have the farm system that I think they'll still be competitive, even getting a big acquisition like Tarek Skubal.
Brewers broadcaster Tim Dillard, thanks so much for joining us, Tim. Have a great Thursday. We'll talk soon.
All right. See you, boys.
8:51 on Wisconsin's Morning News. One more time before 9 o'clock, Debbie.
We've got an accident still on the ramp from 45 northbound to the Rock Freeway northbound, right before you get to the Hale interchange. Right lane's blocked on that ramp, so heads up with that. Southbound 41, slowing down from about Appleton Avenue to Capitol. Northbound, just in a couple of pockets from about North Avenue to Capitol Drive. Southbound 43, a little heavy from Good Hope Road to Brenda Road. And then we've also got some delays through the Stadium interchange, westbound from 35th Street to Hawley, eastbound from Hawley to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Ridgetop Exteriors. Trusted, local, affordable. Thinking about a new roof? New siding? New windows? Think Ridgetop Exteriors, your trusted local experts. We've been doing this for over 25 years, and we're good at it. Just ask our 40,000 satisfied customers. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, we handle it all. Visit ridgetopexteriors.com for your free estimate. No pressure, just honest answers. Ridgetop Exteriors, trusted, local, affordable.
Ridgetop Exteriors.
It's a summer of big wins with WinFest at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Just play with your Potawatomi Rewards card for entries and your chance to win cash and reward play all summer long. Then keep the excitement going because all your monthly drawing entries roll over into the WinFest final drawings on September 25th, where you could win cars, dream vacations, free play, and cash. Don't miss out on WinFest, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Have you ever wondered if you're giving the right way? Maybe you want to support a charity that's important to you, but you're not sure how it fits into your estate plan or what it means for your family's future. Join Annex Wealth Management for a free webinar, More Giving, Less Guessing. Hear from me, yours truly, Steve Scavidi, and CEO Dave Spano, estate planning attorney Alec Durand, as we share practical strategies to help you give with confidence and create the legacy you envision. Reserve your free spot today at annexwealth.com/events. That's annexwealth.com/events.
Access Legal is now Pivot Work Injury Law, a new name that better reflects our sole focus on helping Wisconsin's injured workers. We have the same mission, the same team, and the same dedication to helping those hurt at work. Our team has handled thousands of cases, recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin's injured workers, and remains committed to fighting for the benefits you deserve. If work has taken a toll on your body or your quality of life, turn to the team you already know and trust. Visit pivotworkinjurylaw.com today.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
8:54 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Adam Roberts, Neil Doyle in for Vince and Eric with you till 10 o'clock this morning. Neil, are you a philosopher guy at all? Do you believe in the arts of philosophy?
Yeah, I can get on board, yeah.
Well, let me ask you this theoretical here. If a person stands before a lectern and speaks to an audience of one, did you really have a press conference?
I would say no.
Uh-oh. It's another instance of, is this news conference worthy? On Wisconsin's Morning News.
Time to ask those important questions. Yeah, see, we can bring stuff back from the guys. We're our own guy, but sometimes when we want to bring the good stuff back, we bring the good stuff back. And we're asking these theoretical questions because, as we mentioned earlier this hour, a couple of Milwaukee alders are accusing We Energies of filing work and closing access to portions of Southside streets without notice to city area businesses or residents, disrupting flow on the south side. Now, no secret that traffic is just bad. There's no getting around it. It's very bad, and that's from work that's been planned for years, whether it's the north-south arteries with the 94 project or just summer construction. But this is a little bit different.
I have one word for We Energies. Unacceptable. It's not only unacceptable, it's unlawful.
The road was closed again today without notice, without notification, without the proper city permit. There was no city permit filed to close the road.
In order there, Jocasta Zamaripa, also running for Secretary of State, interestingly, and Peter Bergelis, who recently ended his Senate run, or congressional run, excuse me. So the allegations are there. In response, We Energies says they did exactly what they needed to do, sans a minor clerical error. They say they sent letters to residents, did what they needed to do. In fact, I have one We Energies sent dated July 21st. They started their work earlier this week, per the timeline the alders sent. But now to that question of, did you need to do a news conference to announce you're citing and fining a public a utility? Would you have done so?
Well, I mean, I get their frustration, and like you said, on the south side, I mean, the work and construction down there is full force, so it seems like there's a lot of finger pointing here between the alders and We Energies, and now, we're hearing from We Energies, they say they did the right thing. I don't know if it warranted a news conference, but it certainly is causing some frustration, I think, for those trying to travel in that area.
So that audio I got was from audio the city has, because they'll do, you, Neil, and I have been to many city news conferences in our time here, and what they'll typically do is you'll have the lectern, you'll put your microphone up there, and then there will also be one for the city, because especially when the mayor's speaking, they like to do the whole thing up, get shots of him, and send that audio out to the crowd of people who may be behind us in the media. Us people, sometimes we're called. But there was only one other mic there from Channel 12. So, I don't know. I don't think you can't count yourself in the bunch as, well, look who was in attendance. And from what I could tell, there was only one other crew there.
Now, I will say we did get notice that this news conference was happening.
We did.
Like maybe 2 hours, 3 hours before. It was closer to 2. So it was kind of last minute. It wasn't kind of on the schedule. So maybe that also didn't allow some organizations and outlets to get out there. But
I don't know, man.
I understand their frustration.
There's 4 TV stations in this market. There's multiple news radio stations, a paper of record, other outlets. This seems honestly like an urban Milwaukee story through and through. And they were, from what I could tell, weren't present. So I think we've kind of wrote the story ourselves here a little bit. We'll see what comes of this. The Alders say they are going to hold a hearing again. Recess coming up in August, so this won't happen until September. As for the road construction, that will continue until the end of time.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The new Berlin Common Council unanimously approved Rockwell Automation's $200 million mega plant on Tuesday, after 45 minutes of comments from neighbors opposed to the project. The facility is expected to generate hundreds of jobs. Wauwatosa officials formally committed to demolishing and replacing the city's aging civic campus, but they haven't approved the $107 million price tag. Council members directed city staff to pursue cost-saving measures and more grant funding for the project. And a massive Sturtevant manufacturing campus is up for sale. It was once home to Cree Lighting. I'm Addison Lathers from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Drip Drop is a doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers, where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom-quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
Your trusted and relevant source for news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
9:01, Adam Roberts in for Vince Vitrano. It's Wisconsin's morning news for Thursday, July 30th. Our top story, back and forth attacks continue overseas.
I'm Neil Doyle in for Eric Bilstad. A delayed response leads to an investigation.
Mostly sunny, 86 the high today, partly cloudy, 68 tonight. Next rain chance comes late on your Friday with a high of 80 degrees. Milwaukee right now sitting at 76 at 9:02. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the U.S. launching a series of new military attacks on targets in Iran. News Nation Washington correspondent Corey Smith.
It was a barrage that CENTCOM says was in response to Iran's attempted surprise attack on U.S. forces based in the Middle East on Tuesday. Admiral Brad Cooper runs the show over at CENTCOM. The Wall Street Journal is reporting Admiral Cooper is urging the president to turn things up a notch and unleash 10 to 14 days of heavy airstrikes to severely limit Iran's missile capabilities. However, the same report says there are some concerns over U.S. munition stockpiles that could keep the president from moving forward.
The strikes following an Iranian attempt to target U.S. forces in the Middle East earlier this week. Jordan says it's intercepted 5 Iranian missiles, no injuries reported.
2 Milwaukee emergency dispatchers now on administrative leave after authorities say a 99-year-old woman waited nearly 3 hours for help while she was being attacked inside of her home. Officials say the woman's life alert system contacted 911 multiple times, but no officers were sent. Here's part of the 911 recordings obtained by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel.
Am I able to take them off hold for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Shut the f*** up! Ma'am, are you able to hear me?
Police say the woman then later called 911 herself, prompting an immediate response. A 22-year-old man was taken into custody. The city says an investigation is ongoing.
Power restoration efforts still continuing this week in the Fox Valley after the devastating EF3 tornado destroyed portions of Appleton and Menasha on Monday. Officer Dan Wickman with the Village of Fox Crossing Police Department.
Crews from 16 municipalities are assisting Menasha utilities under difficult and often dangerous conditions. The best way that you can help them is by giving them the space they need to do their job safely. Please stay away from areas where line workers are operating, obey barricades and traffic control, and never approach or assume a downed power line is safe.
To learn more about how you can assist with recovery efforts, text the word tornado to the Siding Unlimited talk and text line 855-616-1620.
Officials saying that tornado also destroyed a polling location in Fox Crossing. Village manager Jeff Sturgill.
So all the residents who would normally be voting at the community center, that building is too damaged. We can't use it. So we're going through the process now. So I just want to put that note out there for anybody who is a community center voter. You know who you are. Please know that you will be voting at the Pentecostals Fox Cities Church.
So voters will use that different polling location for the upcoming August 11th primary and most likely the November election. A couple of lame duck senators holding up the confirmation of Todd Blanche, President Trump's nominee for Attorney General. As News Nation Washington correspondent Tom Dempsey reports, they're both Republicans.
This nomination of Blanche to be Attorney General faces some serious questions, and that timeline of if or when he gets confirmed faces a lot of questions as well. The 2 lawmakers to keep in mind with this story, Republican Senator Tom Tillis from North Carolina and Texas Senator Republican John Cornyn. Again, they're the 2 lawmakers to keep in mind, as both continue to want assurances from Blanche. Both lawmakers, by the way, will be leaving their Senate positions next year.
Both Tillis and Cornyn have said their vote was contingent on that once proposed $1.776 billion fund for victims of weaponization by the Department of Justice that be permanently stricken from the settlement with President Trump.
A new lawsuit challenging race-based scholarship programs at UW-Madison.
The Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty filed the lawsuit on behalf of Young America's Foundation and Citizens Defending Liberty. It claims at least 20 scholarships and grants use race as an eligibility requirement, violating the Equal Protection Clause. UW-Madison says it will strongly defend its scholarship practices, arguing they comply with the law. The lawsuit comes weeks after the Wisconsin Supreme Court struck down a similar state scholarship program. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The NASDAQ almost 600 points in the green this hour, nearly 2.5% up at 25,042. The Dow is up 334 points this after a rough day on Wednesday for the Dow Jones, now at 51,928, and the S&P 500 up 93 points. That's 1.25% in the green to 7,409. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Sports, traffic, weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:07.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
Create the deck of your dreams with Menards. Build your outdoor project from the largest in-stock selection of AC2 lumber and thick decking. All pressure treated for enhanced durability. And it's easy to load in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates with our easy-to-use deck design program. Available in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on AC2 pressure-treated lumber and thick decking. Plus, check out our weekly flyer online for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. Training camp back underway in just about an hour and a half from Green Bay. A lot of eyes on the kicking competition unfolding between Trey Smack, a 6th-round pick for the Green and Gold, and product of Germany, formerly in the Atlanta organization, Lenny Krieg. Head coach Matt LaFleur.
With Matt out there, it kind of throws a wrench into some of the things we wanted to do. There's always competition, whether it's at kicker, every position on the roster. You know, we drafted Trey, so we definitely have high hopes for him and understand that with all young kickers, there's typically some growing pains that are associated with that. But, just want to push him to be his best.
Training camp running now through late August. It's 41 days until the NFL season opens up. Meanwhile, former Green Bay Packer running back Amon Green revealing he was diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's disease last year on the Go Long podcast. The 49-year-old, the all-time leading Green Bay Packer rusher, over 2 stints with the team. And the Brewers, a much-needed off day today following a 16-3 blowout loss to the Giants. They get back at it tomorrow in Anaheim against the Angels.
Take a look at the roads, your WTMJ time saver traffic. We do have one crash to report. This is 45 northbound right to I-43. So as you kind of make your way into the Hale interchange there, we've got part of the right lane blocked in that stretch because of a crash. It doesn't look like it's causing any major backups, but just something to be mindful of. And then typical slowdowns in some of the work zones. 94 east and westbound, you're tapping the brakes through the stadium interchange between 35th and Hawley. And same thing, 41 southbound, you're a bit slow as you hit Silver Spring, and then that eases up once you get past Capitol Drive. Everything else looking good.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, mostly sunny, warm today, 86 the high. You may notice a little bit of haze from Canadian wildfire smoke, hundreds of fires burning right now. Good news is it's not expected to impact air quality in southeast Wisconsin today. Partly cloudy down to 68 overnight. We'll see some rain then arriving late in the day on Friday, more likely overnight into your early morning Saturday hours. 80 on Friday, 75 Saturday. Sun back on Sunday, 74, and more sun to start the work week Monday with a high of 78 degrees. Right now in Milwaukee, 78 and sunny at 9/11.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Adam Roberts and Neil Doyle.
9:12 on the dot on Wisconsin's Morning News. Adam Roberts, Neil Doyle in for Vince and Eric. One more day this week. I'll be joined by Michelle Richards tomorrow on the show. Vince and Eric back on Monday.
I'm a quitter. I don't go the full week. See, just 4 days.
Please don't tell me you're leaving to go for a golf outing or something like that. I'd be very disappointed.
Adam, it is golf related.
Oh, no. We haven't done a duo yet together. We both are golfers.
I know. We got to get out and play. There's still time. Yeah, charity outing. I'm a part of it. Just kind of fell. Otherwise, I would have been here the full week with you. But
well, glad to have you along for the rest of the day today. Been a great week. I think we've covered a lot of great ground on the show. And good to hear from our WTMJ fans as well. We appreciate you chiming in on our Siding Unlimited talk and text line, 855-616-1620. Wanted to touch a little bit more on this story. We've had it in the news a couple of times today, and I think it signals what could be the potential future for building projects, and it has to involve consolidation. This is not a Milwaukee County project specifically, but it does include parts of Milwaukee County in it. And as we've talked a lot about financial issues, the county facing a multi-million-dollar, 50-plus million actually, deficit just for next year alone. But we still want to improve outdated facilities. You can't do that in tandem. You can't build new things always without incurring higher price. And this new project that we've detailed in the news, again, not a Milwaukee County specific issue, but it does incorporate the county and that consolidation element.
Yeah, it's been this project in particular about 2 decades in the making, and it has to do with a new crime lab. So the Wisconsin Department of Justice held a little bit of a press event yesterday to announce its new Milwaukee Crime Lab that has now received national accreditation, is now fully operational, and will replace the aging Southeast Regional Crime Laboratory that had served the area here for more than 40 years. Attorney General Josh Kaul saying that the opening marks a major investment in public safety and forensic science.
This lab, which is now open for processing evidence, reflects a major investment in public safety, and it's going to help propel Wisconsin into a new era of forensic science.
Now, this new lab, more than 70,000 square feet, is part of the new forensic science and protective medicine facility over in Wauwatosa. And as you alluded, Adam, it kind of combines some different things together. This will also be the site of the new Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office. The Milwaukee County Emergency Management Division is going to be based in this building, and it's right near the Medical College of Wisconsin, which officials say creates some opportunities for closer collaboration during criminal investigations and even mass casualty events. Now, Attorney General Kaul saying it's also a dramatic improvement from the old facility.
With the prior lab, we were at a point where we had folks literally working in the hallways, and this significantly updates the capacity of the labs.
So for those not aware, Wisconsin State Crime Laboratories, primarily they analyze evidence in felony cases across the state. So this new Milwaukee lab will have more than 60 forensic professionals working in DNA analysis, firearms, toxicology, latent fingerprints, trace evidence, crime scene response, you name it. So that's what's going to be happening at this lab in the Milwaukee area. Now, the division's forensic sciences administrator, Nicole Rem, also saying that this building will give Wisconsin even more room to grow when it comes to forensic technology.
We now have a facility that no longer limits the advancement of forensic science in Wisconsin, as we now have adequate infrastructure in the Milwaukee area to meet the ever-evolving field of forensic science. This beautiful building is a beacon for forensic science nationwide.
Now, this is also a plus for prosecutors and law enforcement. Milwaukee County District Attorney Kent Levern was at the unveiling yesterday, and he kind of reiterated, look, some of these advances in forensic science are becoming even more important in criminal cases, which can help investigators identify the right suspect and also gives juries greater confidence when evidence is presented at trial.
We want to hold the right people accountable for the bad behavior that happens in our community, and scientific evidence is a big part of making that possible.
And like I said, to kind of get going, I mean, this project's been nearly 2 decades in the making. Discussions about it started back all the way around 2008. The project stalled a couple of different times, but then Governor Tony Evers and Attorney General Kaul were able to get funding through the State Building Commission. There was a grant involved as well. So it was about a $135 million project to get this facility built and ready to go. So it is now open. And again, it's going to house some different agencies and like you said, kind of a way to consolidate some different things, but then also kind of give some new life for these agencies as well.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who knows me knows I'm a champion for new development. I live in the city of Milwaukee, and I see so many areas of our city that could be prime places for growth, prime places to develop, get new job opportunities. And when I see places sit vacant, or in the case of some of these county facilities, aging well beyond their expiration date, it just gets me frustrated, because I know we want to stay competitive. We talk about, reaching out to people for job opportunities. We have MPS right now going down to Chicago to bring people up here. But part of the pitch, I'm assuming, is not going to be that, oh, by the way, most MPS facilities are 100 plus years old. Most of them don't have air conditioning inside, so get ready for that. So I want to see things like this happen, but you do have the reality of costs. We were talking earlier about the county courthouse project, $900 million, and that price has ballooned dramatically over the years. Who knows what kind of grants exist for something like that? You're going to figure the county has to be pretty aggressive about something like that. As you mentioned, this one, $115 million project and $23 million in grants. So do the math for percentages. You have a county project like the courthouse that, just comparing this, and it's not necessarily apples to apples, but it's roughly being covered by just under 20% grants. So that's, $180 million you'd have to get for grants for a courthouse project. It just doesn't grow on trees. But at the same time, like I said, you have to compete. You have to always be looking forward, because in the absence of that, you get stagnant. And I'll say the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office that currently exists, there have been a lot of horror stories about just how old and smelly, and it's a medical examiner's office. It's not going to be the most pristine smelling place in the world, but you just ever get a feeling when you drive by a building and you can feel the age.
Yeah.
I grew up in Fond du Lac, and there's a lot of old government buildings that were built in, I don't know what it is about buildings that were built in the late 50s, the 60s. There just kind of is that blocky feel to them. You've got the wood panels inside when you get into buildings that were built in the 70s, and it just has a feeling you can't shake. It's almost indescribable, but you know it when you walk into those buildings. I feel that about a lot of our county facilities. And yes, we can't always have the shiny new toy, but it certainly doesn't hurt if you want to grow and advance. And I think that this, just in general, when you have a building like the lab that was running for 40 years but clearly was past its prime, this was well overdue.
Yeah, and WTMJ reporter Jessica Gatso was out covering that. So a little bit later on today, I think we're going to have some photos of this if you want to see what the new crime lab and some of the space looks like. And like you said, it's brand new and shiny, so it should look pretty nice.
Sparkle, sparkle. 9:19 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but two healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics,
since I've gone to them, I run 20-30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training,
it's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Get sale discounts store-wide all month long. What a great time to shop for all of your Christmas needs. Get your holiday decor and so much more, along with all the great bargains we always have for you. It's Christmas in July at St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
9:22 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
More camp today.
There it is.
All right.
Well done.
Day 2 of training camp for the Green Bay Packers. And yesterday, look, we had ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde on earlier. These first couple of days of camp are almost like a walkthrough. I mean, they're not in pads. It's just kind of like, hey,
there's more interest in riding the freaking bikes from the stadium down to the facility than there is in the actual content of practice. And we could go down that road about how that's kind of become a corporate. We can put stamps everywhere and have these guys riding these like 3-wheeled monstrosities rather than just like an old mongoose bike. But I don't have time for that.
It's evolved quite a bit. But really more of the discussion was, and kind of the interest was getting some updates from head coach Matt LaFleur. We heard from general manager Brian Gutekunst as well to kind of hear how the team's doing. And really a lot of the focus yesterday was just how players are doing, some injury updates, but also LaFleur kind of alluding to, look, while they kind of ease their way into camp, this is certainly a time of year that guys are trying to define their place on the roster.
I think role clarity is key. I think that's our job as coaches. Like, hey, here's your role. If you want a bigger role, then you got to go out there and do it at the end of the day. So that puts some onus on the players.
One player we heard a lot about yesterday and a bit of an update as to when we could get him back on the field. That's tight end Tucker Kraft. The Pro Bowl caliber tight end continuing to recover from his offseason injury is progressing very nicely. LaFleur says really what he's been impressed with is everything that Kraft has done kind of away from the spotlight.
Tuck's a guy that he doesn't shy away from the work, and he put the work in. I mean, he always, since the day he got here, he's been a worker. And he was here all summer grinding away to put himself in this position. So that'll certainly be a huge boost for our football team when he's available.
And Goody kind of echoing that optimism as well, says Kraft has really looked good. Again, they're going to still be pretty cautious, kind of make sure they ease him in the right way. I think he's right at the 8.5-month mark since his surgery. So they're really excited to get him back on the field, and even more so, hoping to keep him in Green Bay for the years to come.
Yeah, there's been discussions, and certainly I think it's, both us and him, it's in best interest to try to get something done, but these things take time.
And we saw some deals get done during the offseason and contract extensions for Christian Watson, Jaden Reed on the offensive side of the football, and certainly they are hoping Tucker Kraft will be able to ink a deal and keep him in a Packers uniform for the time being.
Yeah, especially considering there's a pretty wide gap, I think, between TE1 and TE2 for this roster right now.
Did get a bit of an update, I guess minor update on running back Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, really nothing's changed. I mean, those things are obviously legal matters that are out of our hands, and so, but he'll be out there, and we look forward to him being out there.
So we didn't hear from Jacobs yesterday still. He was on the field for practice. Again, of course, this stems from his arrest back in May, a domestic abuse investigation. Now, again, to clarify, the Brown County DA says that investigation is ongoing. No formal charges have been filed. Jacobs and his legal team have denied the allegation, so we still have not heard from him since this incident went down. I mean, even he was out there for OTAs, and again, they kind of kept him away from the media, didn't have anything to say. You have to think eventually at some point he's going to have to come out and either make some type of a statement, or they say, look, we're not going to talk about it. If you want to talk about football-related questions, we can do those. I don't know, but I'm kind of surprised maybe they didn't do it yesterday, or if they don't do it this week just to get it done with.
Because it's going to be a nothing anyway. I mean, it's not like he's going to go off on some tangent and say, well, yeah, here's how it actually went down. Like, I mean, we just watched Anthony Fauci yesterday say, at the advice of my attorneys 100 times. That's how this stuff works now.
And again, he's not been criminally charged, so he'll be out there, but we'll see if he addresses the media at all, or if he does some of that today or tomorrow. But day 2 of training camp starts 10:30 this morning at Ray Nitschke Field.
9:26. We got bottom of the hour news coming up in just a few minutes. But first, let's take some time and recognize another everyday hero.
An everyday hero is when Wisconsin's Morning News celebrates an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning they'd be saving a life. Cape Girardeau, Missouri was hit with catastrophic flooding earlier this summer. More than 3 inches came down in 1 hour, causing dangerous flash flooding. Food truck owner Miguel Morales was busy working the truck when he saw a man stuck in his vehicle, trapped in the rising floodwaters. The truck nearly submerged when Morales was able to swim out to him and pull him out.
And I'm running and take out him for the water and save his life. And I take out for the water. He almost died.
Morales speaking to Heartland News, KFVS Channel 12. The fire chief says he was a hero that day.
I understand Miguel, took great personal risk to himself to get the individual out of the vehicle.
So in honor of Morales and to thank him, the fire chief and the community came out to give his food truck some business.
Having eaten here before, we know the food is fantastic, so thought it was a great opportunity to come out and support it.
Many people were on hand, including the brother of the man Morales saved.
I'm very thankful, grateful that he jumped in action and did everything he could to save him.
Kevin Edwards told Heartland News he'll forever be grateful for Morales.
You can't thank somebody enough for saving your loved one.
Thank you, Miguel Morales. You are an everyday hero. Eric Bilstead, WTMJ News.
If you'd like to see more about Mr. Morales, text HERO to 855-616-1620. Our Siding Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line, 855-616-1620.
How do you know if you're truly ready to retire? Hi, I'm Tony Drake, certified financial planner and founder of Drake & Associates right here in Wisconsin. Many people focus on just one number, how much they've saved. But retirement readiness is about much more than a balance in your accounts. It's about having a clear plan for income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and how your money will support the lifestyle you want. Without that coordination, even a large nest egg can run into problems over time. At Drake & Associates, we help families create retirement plans designed to answer the big question, will your income last? Are you taking too much risk? And are there opportunities to reduce taxes along the way? To help you start thinking through those questions, I've created a complimentary retirement toolkit. It includes my book, Get Retirement Ready.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The United States and Iran firing barrages of missiles at one another as hopes for a quick resolution to the war dim.
Sources say the president initially held off on a massive attack to pursue diplomatic talks, repeatedly claiming Iran wanted to make a deal. But all of that was upended when Iran launched an attempted surprise attack on U.S. forces based in Jordan.
ABC's Rachel Scott. A new estimate from Moody's Analytics shows a typical American household has spent an extra $672 in gas, diesel, home heating, and jet fuel expenses since the start of the Iran war. Last month, the Fed's preferred gauge on inflation, the personal consumption expenditure, shows a 3.7% jump in prices year over year. The U.S. economy expanding at a sluggish 1.5% pace from April through June. France giving the go-ahead for 84,000 evacuees forced out of their homes from a monster wildfire to return. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 9:31. I-94 in Oak Creek shut down for several hours overnight after a deadly crash. A man in his 20s killed when his vehicle collided with a semi. This happened overnight near Rawson on the freeway. The cause of that crash remains under investigation.
Decision Wisconsin, voters who have already returned an absentee ballot ahead of the August primary will not get a redo following a new court ruling.
A Dane County judge has ruled voters can't void an absentee ballot once it's been returned, rejecting a lawsuit backed by Democrats. The challenge came after Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez and former State Economic Development Director Missy Hughes dropped out of the governor's race, while Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley re-entered the race. The lawsuit argued voters who cast ballots for candidates who later dropped out should be allowed to vote again. More than 117,000 absentee ballots have already been returned, and the ruling is expected to be appealed. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
A Wisconsin appeals court overturning a ruling that would have restored collective bargaining rights for most public workers connected to Act 10, the controversial 2011 law championed by former Governor Scott Walker that sharply limited collective bargaining for most public employees. The court reversing this week a Dane County judge's decision that struck down Act 10. The ruling keeps the law in place while unions will appeal it to the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
A conservative law firm taking UW-Madison to court over race-based scholarships. The Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty filed a lawsuit claiming at least 20 university scholarships and grants unlawfully use race as an eligibility factor. UW-Madison says it will vigorously defend its scholarship practices and maintains they comply with state and federal law.
Milwaukee County gets a major upgrade for forensic evidence processing.
District Attorney Kent Lovern says the upgraded facility will accommodate new forensic technology and help with Milwaukee County's backlog of felony cases.
We want to hold the right people accountable for the bad behavior that happens in our community, and scientific evidence is a big part of making that possible.
Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul says the new lab's proximity to the Medical College of Wisconsin and soon the new medical examiner's office is also ideal.
In the event that there is a tragic mass casualty event, it will aid in coordination so that a response can be handled as efficiently as possible.
At the Milwaukee Crime Lab, Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update after some new earnings reports from Amazon and Apple, new inflation data as well. All of the indexes trading higher this morning. The NASDAQ up over 2% at 25,096. The Dow is up 309 points at 51,903. And the S&P 500 is up over 1% as well at 7,409. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. Let's go over it right now. Your typical delays on 4145, beginning just south of Appleton Avenue. You'll be on and off the brakes all the way down towards Burleigh southbound. Little bit of a delay on 894 out of the Mitchell heading west from the interchange over to about Loomis. You're free and clear once you get past that point. And then east and west on 94 right around the stadium. Just a little bit of a slowdown between 27th Street and Mitchell Boulevard.
Plenty of sunshine today, a little bit warmer for us. We'll see a high up around 86 degrees. Tonight then partly cloudy, a low down to 68. Into Friday, we'll see cloudier skies, less humid, but we could see some rain likely tomorrow with a high of 80 degrees. Into the weekend then, Saturday, maybe some rain early, otherwise cloudy, high of 75. And then sunshine returning on Sunday with highs in the mid-70s. Right now, 77 degrees in Milwaukee.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 9:35.
Are you hosting an event, launching something new, wanting to get the word out about your part of the state? Be a featured guest on the WTMJ Experience Wisconsin show. Share your story, promote your event or business, and connect with fans all across the state. I'm John Merkier. I'd love to interview you. We reach listeners from Milwaukee to Madison, Green Bay to La Crosse, everywhere in between. It's Experience Wisconsin. Ready to shine a spotlight on your business or company? Email me, john@WTMJ.com for more information. john@WTMJ.com. John Merkier here for Connect Chiropractic. Life today can keep us stuck in stress mode. Headaches, poor sleep, constant tension, feeling worn down. At Connect Chiropractic, the focus isn't just masking symptoms, it's finding the root cause, helping your nervous system function the way it was designed so your body can heal, adapt, and perform at its best. If you deal with headaches, sleep struggles, or neck and back pain from long days at a desk, take a closer look. Start with a first visit at Connect Chiropractic. It includes advanced scans, digital x-rays, helping uncover what's really going on. Connect Chiropractic.
Notifications, texts, emails,
Information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Visit family-owned Ken Michaels Furniture and our in-store design centers where you'll still find beautiful, luxurious, heirloom quality American-made furniture. Right now, save 30 to 35% store-wide and take advantage of our complimentary design services. Whether you're moving, renovating, or updating, our designers will help your vision become a reality. Visit Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield on Capitol Drive and in Greenfield on Highway 100 to save 30 to 35% store-wide today. Sleep better and save more with mattresses from Milwaukee Mattress and Ken Michaels Furniture. Handcrafted in our Milwaukee factory, our mattresses utilize natural materials like cotton cushioning, which dissipates body heat, Joma wool quilts for warm wintry nights and cool summer evenings, and natural latex providing superior conformability and pressure relief for aching joints. Stop in today at any Ken Michaels Furniture store and save up to 50% compared to national brands.
I got to acknowledge something right now. So we're watching the monitors in the studio, and I had to double take because we're watching Fox 6. There's a tornado relief donation drive kicking off, as a lot of people have asked, how can I help? How can I contribute as cleanup continues in the Fox Valley? A lot of relief efforts. We had on our partners from NBC 26 yesterday. They're launching their own drive, and a lot of these are going to start propping up here over the next several days. Well, there's a drive going on today in Franklin, and I don't know what the context of this is, but former WWE wrestler Braun Strowman is currently doing an interview on Fox 6, and I don't know, like, I understand the goodwill, like, get excited about donating, save people's lives, help people get better, but maybe that misses the mark. I don't know if a promo WWE style is the way to get people out, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and this is going to be like, I only came out here tonight because I wanted to see Braun Strowman.
I mean, we can't hear what he's saying as he's doing this interview, but he was very passionate. So, yeah, I mean, good for him to get involved and help with the tornado relief, but I really would be curious what he was saying.
So little fun fact about myself, I used to be a play-by-play commentator for an indie wrestling company in lacrosse, and one of my favorite and simultaneously least favorite things to do was the one-on-one interview with wrestlers, whether it was before a match, after a match. There was one time I got suplexed mid-match while I was commentating. Learn how to take bumps. It was fine. Get trained. It's a fun time. Actually, unironically, learning how to be a pro wrestling referee is one of the coolest things ever. And also learning to do that was just fun too. But I remember doing several interviews where they're not scripted. You have no way, A, of knowing where it's going, or B, how long it's going to be. And so I feel for the Fox 6 crew, I mean, it's great. Again, if this gets people to come out, donate supplies to our folks in the Fox Valley, that's awesome. That's wonderful. As a reporter, I do feel for the crew here trying to be like, all right, we were supposed to be in break 2 minutes ago, and he's still flexing. There's a hug going on right now. All right, I think, are we going to get...
Whoa.
No. Okay. No, I thought she was going to be lifted in the air, this poor reporter. All right, and that is the end of that conversation. Go out to Franklin tonight, donate. People need the assistance, and you can do it because I know Wisconsin always shows up. 9:40, the weekend trend, straight ahead.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. Several locations, several choices. Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first SoftWave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
The weekend. The best part of the week is almost here.
The weekend. Weekend? This weekend.
This is the Weekend Trend with Sandy Maxx.
Weekend.
The Weekend Trend is presented by 3 Pillars Senior Living Communities.
Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Weekend Trend, brought to you by 3 Pillars Senior Living Communities. Happy to be joined in studio by WTMJ, host of What's on Tap, Sandy Maxx. Ever effervescent on a Thursday morning. Good morning, Sandy.
Good morning. Well, we have a fabulous weekend to look ahead to. Truly, it's another summer weekend jam-packed with activities. Whether you like live music, we have more cultural festivals, cool car shows. There are county fairs as we lead into the Wisconsin State Fair next week.
A week away.
So that's just an overview. What interests you? I know you browsed the list, and we're music fans.
We are.
Something jump out at you?
It did. So Mile of Music is this week, and actually I believe it started yesterday in Appleton. So I've been to the Mile of Music, and we like to talk a lot about Summerfest, big festival, arguably hard to beat that. But Mile of Music is close. It's a massive undertaking, and there is the extra angle this year. We were just talking about tornado relief efforts in that area, and the event is still on, but people may be aware that there may be some changes to venues, etc.
And what is super special about Mile of Music is that every single band and performer must perform original music.
Indeed.
There are no cover bands, not that there's anything wrong with that, but you are not going to hear a song that you can necessarily sing along to at the Mile of Music over hundreds of small venues. So this is a chance to get at a coffee shop or intimate or in a park and really get up close to creative performers who want to share their original music, where sometimes at a Summerfest, when it comes to the new song or the song I just wrote or an original, that's when people kind of trickle off and go get a beverage. That's the focus of this event, and it's within a mile. So I just think it's super unique and special, and it's family run. A man started it, now his daughter's running it. Like, there's a lot to love about the Mile of Music in Appleton, and I'm telling you, Adam, it really was one of the first things I thought of this past week when the awful storms went through Appleton and Nina, and whew. So I know recovery efforts are continuing there, but it is a chance to maybe take a road trip there and support them.
And if you are headed up to the festival, the latest update this morning, everything's still ongoing. Host venues will be ready, but check the Mile of Music Festival Facebook page. They'll be providing updates throughout the weekend.
Madison, also, don't count them out. The 23rd Annual Sugar Maple Music Festival. If you like Americana-type music, that kind of folk and blues, and it's at the beautifully restored Garver Feed Mill, one of the most unique spaces to gather in Madison. And a couple of performer names that caught my eye: Hot Club of Cowtown,
Yeah.
Magnolia Sisters, and Al Scorch and the Country Soul Ensemble.
Love it.
And also, if you just want to see a free show, the 3rd Annual International Blues Day in Cudahy at the Cudahy Public Library. It's a good lineup. Take a lawn chair, take a blanket, spend the afternoon enjoying Robert John, Big Al Dorn, and the Blues Howlers. They're fun. Milwaukee Slim, absolutely free. Food and refreshments available from the nearby VFW Post. A real community event there. And we love our cultural festivals. Black Arts Fest MKE is going to be at the Henry Meyer Festival Park Summerfest grounds. And there is a lot to enjoy on this full Saturday. Unity and community is the theme, but man, you want to talk about another stacked lineup of music: blues, soul, R&B, gospel, and there is breakdancing entertainment. You remember Breakin' 2, Electric Boogaloo? Boogaloo Shrimp will be there. The actor Michael Chambers. It brought back so many memories just to see Boogaloo. And there are horse rides with the Buffalo Soldiers. There's a classic car show there. So really, all sorts of action at the Black Arts MKE Fest Saturday.
Now, maybe it's just because it's 9:46 and I haven't had my breakfast yet, but I am thinking about food festivals, and there's a couple that caught my eye that are coming up this weekend. I did not know this. It is on Saturday, August 1st, National Mustard Day. Have you ever been to the Mustard Museum?
Not yet. It is one of those bucket list items, and it's the only one in the country, and we have it right here in Middleton.
So my first time, I was more excited. I mean, mustard is great. Love good mustard. But I was more excited that you get so many of those little pretzel sticks to test all of the mustard out. So that was my midday snack. But National Mustard Day.
Did you try the mustard ice cream?
I did.
Ooh. Did you like it?
Did not.
But you got to try it.
But I got to try it.
That is fantastic. So you give the National Mustard Day celebration a thumbs up.
I do. 2 sticky mustard thumbs up.
And well, you know what goes? What does mustard go on?
I'm thinking bratwurst.
Bratwurst. It is Bratwurst Days in Sheboygan, an absolutely free festival celebrating the encased meat in the city that proudly calls itself the bratwurst capital of the world.
Truly earned, by the way.
Live music, carnival ride. You got Pat McCurdy Friday evening, and Saturday. I think you could be a ringer for this, Adam. The brat eating contest.
Oh, how many brats could you put down? In
right now,
5 minutes.
So if I was prepping, like actually getting ready to do this, not just called up on random, I think I could easily do half a dozen.
Ooh.
6?
Easily do 6.
In what amount of time?
10 minutes. Okay. I mean, I'm no Joey Chestnut. I remember when he was in town for the burrito eating contest. I wolfed one of those down from Qdoba in a minute flat. I could do at least half a dozen in 10 minutes.
Okay, that's pretty good. Speaking of food and kind of food-related festivals, Sandy, this one caught my eye. I actually had to text my father this because he loves a good IPA.
Oh.
We've got IPA Fest.
And this is a real deal. This isn't just, I mean, there's nothing wrong with walking around and sampling, but this is going to be, they're going to award a champion IPA, and you get to vote. And it is... Are you an IPA guy?
I do like an IPA.
I would say, did you get the DNA swirl? So you and your dad could go and enjoy. It's the 10th annual Wisconsin IPA Fest. You'll find it at Third Space Brewing. There are 40 different breweries competing for the title of Wisconsin's Best IPA. You get to vote for the People's Choice Award in addition to the crowned champion. Last year, Wisconsin's Best IPA, Topwise by Central Waters Brewing Company.
I've had that one.
Oh,
it's good.
It's award-winning. It's the very best. You had the best of the best, Neil. And then the People's Choice, because I love a good beer name, Bonilla Money by Venture Brew Company.
Okay. I like
Hazy Imperial. So you're getting hazy. So that is happening on Saturday if you want to sip your IPAs. We also have a lot of art in action and unique art in action. MOA, the Museum of Wisconsin Art in West Bend, they have their annual Art and Chalk Festival.
Okay.
If you've never seen chalk art that can look 3D, like a hole you can actually fall into on the sidewalk, or a beautiful nature scene, it's incredible to see these artists in real time creating these artworks. And then what crushes me is like, well, then the rain comes and they're gone. So it's just in the moment art. So I would definitely recommend being able to enjoy the MOA Art and Chalk Festival absolutely free on Saturday. Also on Saturday, the Free Range Art Show, thus named because it's on a historic farm in Grafton on Pleasant Valley Road.
It's fitting, yeah.
Yeah, she's Nancy Going is an artist who's done this for 15 years, and as she has collected artists in her circle, you can go in the big chicken coop, in the barn, in the granary, and really get to meet artists up close in a very casual, friendly atmosphere. The Free Range Art Show in Grafton, Saturday and Sunday.
So another jam-packed weekend of fun. If you heard something and thought, I need more details, you can text TREND to 855-616-1620, our Setting Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line. The full list will be available for you. Sandy, thanks so much, and we'll talk later on after I get off the air in 10 minutes.
Cheers to the weekend.
If this weekend's lineup does sound fun, you'll also want to check out our friends at Three Pillars Senior Living Communities, where top-notch events and activities are at the heart of everyday life on their beautiful Lake Country campus. Visit threepillars.org today. It's 9:50.
I'm WTMJ's Sandy Maxx. What makes senior living at Three Pillars so special?
The welcomeness. People are so friendly. If you have a problem, you can go to anybody.
The community and the sense of safety provided for my mom and dad, and it's just like the most wonderful place to be.
They're just delightful everywhere. I don't see staff, I see friends. Aww. And I really do feel that.
And you couldn't live in more beautiful grounds.
Schedule a tour today at threepillars.org.
Trying to keep up with the 21st century can really get you down.
When you need a break, come to Kessler's.
We'll turn your day around.
We have good air conditioning.
And we love making new friends.
The coffee's better than average.
Because we want you to come back again.
We want to be your jeweler.
My father told you for 29 years that he wanted to be your jeweler.
He put that desire in everyone he hired.
And then he gave us the company.
He transformed our lives and gave us the most fun job on earth.
It's easy to sell jewelry when you sell it for less than it's worth.
Come and take a look at our engagement rings.
And of course, we have thousands of other things.
When you're having an overcast day, come to Kessler's.
We're going to turn your day around.
Free jewelry cleaning done by world-class professionals.
While you drink your good coffee in a room full of diamonds and gold.
Makes you feel better, no matter what you've been told.
One thing you definitely want to see before you're done
is our exclusive Kessler 81.
To find the Kesslers nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
A cancer diagnosis shouldn't mean we can't make plans. It shouldn't mean living without joy or optimism. Cancer shouldn't be calling the shots. At the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Cancer Network, we're pushing to put cancer in its place by pulling together teams of leading specialists and researchers who work tirelessly for breakthroughs, who are developing innovative ways to treat every cancer, to treat your cancer. And by providing the largest cancer clinical trials treatment program in eastern Wisconsin. So there are more treatment options and more reasons to be hopeful. So let's keep innovating. Let's keep discovering. Let's push to make every cancer diagnosis a story of survivorship and bring back the lightness of life that cancer takes away. To learn more about breakthrough cancer care, visit Froedtert.com/cancer.
Tune in Saturdays at 6 a.m. for Legally Speaking with Kirsten Hildebrand. Hildebrand Law. Legal talk without the filler and straight to the point. Miss the show? Catch the Legally Speaking podcast on WTMJ.com.
Point taken with Scafidi and Bride.
They seemed like they were very respectful of each
I think
other.
respectful, not nice necessarily. I think they were...
Wow, they seemed like they liked each other.
They were... Well, this is the thing that's hard about primaries, right? Like, for the most part, all these people are friends, right? David, in one way or another, has worked with all of these people as Milwaukee County executive. They do respect and genuinely appreciate each other. They just all want to win.
Weekdays from 10 to noon on WTMJ. And check out the weekly newsletter, Extra Points, by texting EXTRA to the talk and text line. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
One of our lovely WTMJ fans on the Setting Unlimited talk and text line did remind me, I forgot. So we were talking before in the weekend trying about the Sheboygan Brat Days brat eating contest, and I said I could do a half dozen. I forgot, and I have seen this contest play out before, but the unique rule and stipulation with it is that there's no buns or condiments on any of the brats, so you're just basically bare-handing a hot brat, and you have to compete with everybody else who's also eating the hot brats at the same time. So you can't, like at the Nathan's hot dog contest, they always dunk them in the water to make it easier to swallow and chew. None of that, no cheating at the Sheboygan Brat Days contest.
I feel like a hot brat too is harder than like a warmer hot dog. Plus at the Nathan's, like those things are sitting out there. I'm sure they're not very warm at that point too.
And no one likes a lukewarm dog.
No.
I still stand by I could at least house half a dozen, and
That's
I think
impressive.
I'm being conservative.
Okay.
For anyone who cares.
Well, I was curious. One thing we will be following a little bit later on, Milwaukee County Board will be meeting this afternoon. A few different things on their agenda that we're keeping our eye on. One of them has to deal with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. Supervisors are wanting quarterly reports that would detail different traffic stops, crash information, other enforcement data. This would, again, have to be on a quarterly basis, this report from the Sheriff's Office. So supporters of that say it just gives a little more transparency. The county board could have a clearer picture of what the enforcement efforts are looking like on our county highways and things like that. So that proposal before the board today. Another one has to deal with Milwaukee County's commitment to election integrity. This kind of stemmed from reports that have come out over the last month or so that the FBI has been investigating the 2020 election here in Milwaukee. A report that the FBI visited the home of Milwaukee County's elections director. So several supervisors are proposing this resolution, again, just kind of reaffirming that Milwaukee County has a strong election system and want to make sure that election officials and voters feel safe as they get ready to head to the polls for the primary and the midterm elections in November. So that's up on the agenda. And then we have one that has to deal with the beer garden, Adam.
Please, more.
Yes,
please,
so,
Mr. IPA.
Right. This proposal would authorize a lease and vendor agreement for a new beer garden at Red Arrow Park. So that site has been, a couple different coffee shops over the years.
It was a Starbucks for a long time and a very popular one, too. Prime location, but they went away a couple of years ago. You had the Big B that was in there for a couple cups of coffee, pardon the pun, but it was not there very long.
So they are hoping to get this passed. Again, it would provide kind of a beer garden space at Red Arrow Park, would be more permanent. Of course, the county has some of its traveling beer gardens throughout the summer that goes to some of the different county parks. So looking to expand the network a little bit. So that will go before the board members. And then also just an update on the courthouse project. Nothing really being voted on that today. I believe it wouldn't be till September until some of the project moves forward, but that's been a hot topic discussion, so supervisors will also discuss that as well. Meeting starts at noon today.
I still stand by every Milwaukee County park, small, medium, large, should have a beer garden. We always want to fuss about not having funds to keep everything going and keep the roads solid. You have revenue right there in front of you. It's on the table. Don't squander it. It can be done. Glad to have you with us on Thursday. WTMJ's Steve Scafidi, Kristen Bry, the Point Taken crew, straight ahead on a WTMJ Thursday.
Slide into your neighborhood Century Food Store to score the freshest produce, tastiest treats, and everything in between. Now through Wednesday, save on Old Dutch Tortilla Crunch